Oh boy, hello. It is another week. Holy shit, another week. Hello, Freezy. Hello, Ticonderoga. Let me just get things set up in such a way where everybody can hear each other and things like that. And okay. Hey, y'all, I am live. Fuck you, Freezy. That was only the game inside the RimWorld game that suddenly I developed dementia, but it doesn't matter because that game is gone. That save file ended up with everybody dying. Like shit got fucked. Fuck you, Randy.
Randy Pitt, are you saying fuck you to Randy Pitchford or
No.
fuck you?
Okay, so RimWorld has quote unquote AI storytelling. What that means is Left 4 Dead. Like, the AI picks like events to happen to kind of like based upon what you're doing and whatever.
Yeah.
There are three different ones, and there's I think it's like Cassandra Classics, something else, and Randy Random. And Randy will just throw anything at you. So sometimes it makes it really funny because he'll just send some bullshit your way, like, oh hey, here's a horde of like beavers.
Beavers, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like but he does not give a shit. So like his events are, no, the roof of this mine has collapsed, killing one of your colonists. Like, fuck. Okay.
Keep going.
No, it's so you have that, and then you have like, oh, what happened later? It's like, oh, another one of them died from an infection, and then like another one because I couldn't sit back and give it like harvest drugs. Like they went into a coma because they have a drug dependency, and eventually they died. And so there was only one of me left, and there was only one colonist left, the one that I named after myself. And like I did the quest to pick up like it's toxic waste, and like you're supposed to like, hey, you can have 90 bags of toxic waste. What you should do is put it in a freezer, that way it doesn't deteriorate. Okay, I did that, but like, oh, I need to make more room. So all of a sudden my colonists started like constructing a little bit. Then broke one of the walls.
Yeah.
And then like got waste poisoning. So that caused them to get dementia.
Huh.
Yeah. But it doesn't matter because eventually like someone came in, and then like I forget how it's like another person joined, and then eventually a raid happened, but like my character had basically like gotten like, wasn't shot, it was like hurt by something, and was lying in bed, and then like the raiders started a fire, and like my character couldn't move, and so they died. So in the fire. So yeah, that was the RimWorld run that I did all yesterday. I like RimWorld. I just don't like how fucking expensive it is to get it in all the expansions.
Did you get a rim job on RimWorld?
No, the Rim Job World did not update until today. So for the 1.5 update, do I have a lizard frog mod? You can. Okay, so I bought the I have specifically bought biotech, because I bought the main game and the biotech expansion for $50, and that allows you to like customize like your xenotype, which means that yes, I can make a lizard, but like the specific lizard man mod I don't think has updated. But it doesn't matter because you can just make the xenotype. You can make a bunch of different shit.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah. I just don't have. It's like I don't have the latest expansion, nor do I have the previous 2 expansions, besides biotech, because the main
RimWorld has expansions?
RimWorld has like 4 expansions.
Damn.
It has like an expansion about ideology, an expansion about royalty, an expansion biotech, which is gene manipulation, and then the latest one is anomaly, which is horror themed.
Huh.
So like the most recent one came out, and like the problem is okay, RimWorld's $35. It came out like 2018. Each expansion, like the first 2 expansions, are $20 a pop.
Okay.
The next 2 are $25 a pop. They put it on sale.
Maybe we should go back to doing Homestuck
No,
instead of going on a diatribe about RimWorld for 2,000 years.
I mean, it's fine. We got time.
I guess so.
do we? I don't
Yeah,
know.
kind of.
Hmm.
I mean,
Hmm.
we are welcome. We are ready to go, but also,
Are we ready to go? Is everybody ready to go? I mean, I'm ready to go.
Just waiting on you, Princess.
Well, I guess that's Lulu. So
are you sure? Because I was ready to go for like minutes here, just making sure.
I've been ready. I've just been talking because that's what a streamer does. They talk.
All right. Well, you do the narration, and
Bye.
how about little Miss What's Her Face over there gets to do Jane.
It's a beautiful moonlight night on Alternia. The sky is clear, a cool breeze is blowing, and even the unbearable screeching of the steel-throated bat crickets sounds a little sweeter than usual. And yet,
Steel-throated bat crickets.
a moment of panic hangs in the air.
Dave, are you okay? Hey! Oh God. What has she done? Dave? Please tell me that's just grub sauce. Please be grub sauce. Please be grub sauce. Please be grub sauce.
Carcat, stop being so melodramatic. It wasn't even me who did it. Okay, fine. It was my fault. I admit it. But I'm sure he'll be fine. Yeah, Carcat. It's no biggie. I mean, this is obviously the shittiest situation I could possibly be in right now. And like, my lawyers will be in touch. Don't even think that they won't. But also, it is literally fucking grub sauce. So like, chill for 2 seconds, okay?
Oh, thank God.
Like, I know the idea of me having to swap out my soiled ketchup-encrusted pants is getting you all hot and bothered under that sweater, but damn. This is a picnic, dude. There are children present.
And just like that, everything's alright. You have single-handedly revolutionized the art of picnicking on Alternia. You have a huge checkered blanket, a car-sized wicker hamper, and an unholy quantity of food in Tupperware containers, a lively crowd of your best and most recently acquired friends, everything one could possibly need. Shit's quaint as all fuck out here.
So, how many tentacles would you say she has, roughly?
Let's see.
It's okay. Take your time. My interest is,
Purely scientific.
Yes, precisely. Thank you, Kanaya. This is part of my studies in the field of cryptozoology. It's hardly an exact science, but you can help us make it exacter.
Well, that's the problem. I really don't think there's a definite answer. She just has so many.
Fascinating.
Everyone seems to be having a really great time. You're a pretty good picnic host, if you do say so yourself. You let yourself lie back on the blanket and relax.
Nepeta, could you pass me one of those beautiful green pies, please? Oh, sure. Just let me just.
It's okay. I got this. Dude, step off, Mao. He didn't ask for your help.
Everyone's getting along so well.
Well, I didn't ask for your opinion on whether the mid-blood human female wanted my help or not. Oh my god, did you seriously just call her that? What is wrong with you?
Guys?
Humans don't have different blood colors, you useless tool.
Simply enjoying one another's company.
Alright, that does it. I've had enough of this wish-washy land meal nonsense. And I've had enough of you.
Oh, thanks, Nepeta. No problem.
Eat, sit, and die. Why don't you make me? It would be my pleasure. A pleasure.
Wait, what's going on over there? Oh no, dear God. Oh, not now. This is a disaster. You've got to find some way to stop this before everything you worked for collapses under the weight of pointless, shitty boy drama. You don't have a moment to lose.
What's better than this? Guys being allies.
Oh, hi there, Gamsies. Don't mind you. You're just trying to stop a picnic emergency.
Hey, hold on, sister. Let's not be so hasty.
Oh, I added so. Oh, whatever.
Right now, we're witnessing the birth of the greatest and dare I say most righteous miracle of them all. Gender motherfucking equality.
Uh-huh.
And just like that, everything breaks apart. You wake up alone.
Ah, it was just a dream. Oh, thank fuck.
It's a cold, dark night on Eternia. The sky is overcast, a harsh wind is blowing, and the only other sound to be heard is your own breathing. Panicked, shaky, you curl up a little tighter in your puddle of blankets in the corner. You try and think back to the wonderful dream you were having, but now it all seems ruined. You are only trying to take a short rest from fomenting revolutionary sentiment among your peers and fixing all their problems, which is, as it turns out, is a full-time job. You wanted to indulge your imagination for a little while and skip to the part where everyone's happy already. There's nothing wrong with that, right? It all seemed so real, so full of potential, like you could get there in an instant if you only tried a little harder. But now it hits you like a cold, wet circus pie filled with cement. Your dream of hope was nothing more than that, with no basis in reality or accurate characterization. Some things are simply too good to be true, and your subconscious clearly knew that all along. It hurts, and you really don't know whether to laugh, cry, or just get really ringly angry about it. You made some wonderful friends over the last few weeks. Months? It's been such a hectic whirlwind of non-stop amicability. You're not even sure how long you've been going. You've achieved so much on your quest. You know that for a fact. But now, looking around this empty room, filled with the ghosts of memories from a lifetime ago, you can't help but feel despondent. Maybe there are some things you won't be able to fix.
Ever.
Also, hello TK and hello Fox. Man, this blows. For some reason, your thoughts turned to John. He was conspicuously absent from your dreams. It feels like you haven't seen him for ages. You miss him. Without really thinking about it, you pick yourself up. You've had enough of this horrible planet for now. Your friends here will be alright without you for a while. And tell yourself that a few times, just to make sure you believe it. And then... zap.
Huh, seems different.
You materialize in a pleasantly familiar suburban neighborhood, standing in front of a pleasantly familiar house. It must be late fall by now. There are barely any leaves left on the trees, and there's a chill in the air. But your heart fills with warmth at the prospect of hanging out with your old friend John again. While your newer friends have all been fun to spend time with in their own ways, you can't help but feel a special kind of fondness for John. It's not like you play favorites with your chums or anything, but maybe the fact that he was the first friend you've met on your journey sets him apart from the others. It's nice to be back on Earth, too. You miss being able to go out in the sunshine, your eyes wander a little bit, taking in the trees, the grass, the houses, before settling on the mailbox in the yard. A worrying thought occurs to you. Maybe, in getting so caught up with meeting so many new people, John has forgotten all about you. Surely your friendship wouldn't have diminished so quickly, but you're really all that close to begin with? Or were you? You still feel bad for having thrown his birthday present into the sewer all that time ago. That was just such a shitty thing to do, in more ways than one. You were really a bad friend to John before you were really friends with John. You suddenly overcome with the urge to make it up to him. Instead of making a new friend today, why not try being a better friend to the one you've already have? Taking a peek in the mailbox, there seems to be something inside. Alright. Maybe, if you're absolutely sure to give it to him this time, that will start to make up for your earlier mistake. I realized there was another line there. What do? Pilfer? Nah. Anyways, also, thank you for the 7 stream streak. Enjoy the extra 450 points to do whatever that you can with, Fox, that isn't, like, hitting me. Which will be back tomorrow after we're done with Pesterquest. All those redeems will come back tomorrow. All of them. So they won't be interrupting. Because it sucks if, like, all of a sudden I start getting hit in the head with bats and hammers and other ungodly things. Killing me. No, it's like killing me.
Kill the lizard! Kill him!
I mean, it happens constantly. I have spent the last week not dying.
I'm gonna get a drink.
Well,
Because I have nothing to drink.
fuck. We had all that time to get something to drink, though.
I ran out of water.
Okay, we're pilfering the post, but Lulu ain't here, so I can't. So nobody can push forward onto the button.
Now seems like a good time to eat a bunch of salt.
No.
I'm just saying, dog.
Hmm.
Salt can be a nice, tasty treat when you're craving it.
Just pure salt.
Motherfucker, did I stutter?
I said seconds before the poll ended, worrying everyone that I would be here much longer than only a couple of seconds.
Pilfer.
Be gone.
Pilfer.
Pilfer.
Pilfer. Yeah, that's an excellent idea. John would be so happy that the mail came with no mishap, and so grateful that you, his trusted pal, were able to make it happen. Perhaps you can even pretend it's an apology gift you got him? Wow, you've gotten really good at being a friend by now. It's not even real. There's basically no way this plan can backfire. You reach inside the mailbox to grab the package, and then everything goes dark. Oh shit, it backfired.
Do you not remember?
I remember the parcel bomb.
Everyone literally just sitting here forgetting
Yeah.
the fucking mail bomb.
Oh man, they mailed a pipe bomb. Reconsider. On second thought, that's a terrible idea. Like, holy shit, that's bad. You take a moment to slap yourself around the face for a few minutes. Just to rub it in. How could you be so stupid? The kind of depravity that leaves one to desecrate the sanctity of a friend's mailbox is what got you into this mess in the first place. Oh. Huh. Looks like the mailman forgot to put up the... You know, the flappy wing doodad, the bright yellow red arm dealie on the side of the mailbox. You're quite certain that this thing is supposed to be up when there's mail to be retrieved. Even an idiot could tell you that much. You're a first-rate idiot. You carefully raise the little red flag. Immediately out of the corner of your eye, you spy movement in the upstairs window. It must be John, scoping out the mail again. Quick as a flash, you zap yourself out of sight and behind a nearby bush. A white cat is hanging out back here. It hisses at you, but you let a wave of crackling retcon energy dance across your palms and the kitty vanishes. It's literally just straight up disappears. That's okay, fine, whatever. It is a truth universally acknowledged that cats can do whatever the hell they want, except for taking this hiding spot, that is, which you have now commandeered in the name of friendship. Oh ho ho! This is a much better plan to surprise John. You can't believe you didn't think of it before. You know he loves pranks, and what better prank than to be ambushed by a dear friend. You hope you're still his dear friend. Oh God, you're getting nervous again. You hear the front door open. Shoot, here he comes! Wait, this isn't John. Oh, goodness no. Why, it appears to be some kind of famous detective type individual. Or at least someone in a famous detective disguise. But what's more, you get the strange impression that the person underneath the disguise isn't John either. Whoever it is, they make a beeline for the mailbox. Oh shit. Maybe you're watching another mailbox robbery in action? Then that would explain the need for a disguise, you guess. They reach out their hand. All of a sudden, several things race through your mind unbidden. The smell of burning, a flash of light, pain. Without thinking, you spring into action.
You gotta sound as southern as possible.
Oof!
You grab the interloper and zap inside the house. You both materialize in midair and collapse in a heap on the floor. Outside, you hear the telltale sound of an exploding mailbox, because for some reason, you know what those sound like. Whew, that's a close one.
Oh, Lordy, that's smarts. What on earth just happened?
Your companion sits up a bit in a bit of a daze. It looks like the disguise got knocked off in all of the kerfuffle. Your hunch was right on the money. This is definitely not John Egbert. She does look oddly familiar, though. You take a look out the window, down into the yard below. Yep, it's just like years told you. Where there was a mailbox, there is now a smoldering wooden stump surrounded by debris. It's a sight to bring a tear to any mailman's eyes, fake or otherwise. You turn back around to find a stranger standing over you, looking thoroughly disgruntled. She's pointing a large red spoon directly at your chest. It doesn't really come off as all that threatening, you have to be honest. Although she could probably do you at least some form of injury with it, the injury likely wouldn't be all that serious. But you try to take it seriously anyway. Just be polite.
Now hold on just a moment, Buster. Who are you? What are you doing in my bedroom? And what in blue blazes is going on? Come on, spit it out.
Oh no, you hate being put on the spot. And the first question was such a tough one too. Who are you? It's something you don't even have a definite answer to. Even after all of this time. God, she does seem awfully confident with that spoon. You begin to entertain the thought that this girl might simply decide to beat you to death with it. You're finding it hard to think amid all the confusion. Didn't she say that this is her bedroom? You were dead certain that this was John's house. It is John's house. It even has the tire swing and everything. And this girl, who even is she? John's never mentioned having a sister or anything before. But looking around the room, it's obvious that she lives here. And there's no trace of any of John's things. Did he move house without telling you? That makes you and so impossibly sad. That thought makes you so impossibly sad.
Well, if you won't talk, I suppose I'll have to suss out the truth myself.
She looks at you very carefully for a moment before glancing over at one of the posters on the wall. It's a black and white picture of what looks like a daring group of detectives. They're drawn in a fairly minimum style with rounded oval heads. Immediately, her face lights up in recognition.
Oh! Oh, I see. Hoo hoo! Mom's a word.
She taps the side of her nose knowingly and winks, and you realize that she's trying to let you know that she knows something that you're supposedly both know, but all you really know is that you have no idea what it is.
Oh, you're very good. Pretending not to know that which you know and I know we both know.
No, you tell her. You haven't got the foggiest clue what she's talking about. Knowing stuff? How could anyone possibly accuse you of such a thing?
Oh, pff, it's all right. I won't tell anyone. Keeping incognito is of the utmost importance for problem sleuths like us. Always a pleasure to meet a fellow fan.
She seems to be under the impression that you're some sort of cosplayer. Either that or an undercover agent of some sort. Oh, what the hell. You might as well roll with it. This'll be easier than pretending to be a postal worker at any rate.
Hold on a moment. I've got just the thing for a fellow gentleman person of taste.
She puts the spoon away for a moment, which is a relief, then whips out another copy of the poster and a pen out of nowhere and signs it? Never met or heard of a girl before, and she just straight up gave you her autograph. You take a look at the signature. The name reads Jane Crocker. Huh, you guess this girl's name is Jane then.
Now that we got that out of the way, nice though it is to make your acquaintance, doesn't really explain what you're doing in my house. Or, come to think of it, how we even got here.
Well, it's all very simple, actually. Just a boring, everyday example of an innocent bystander stepping in to save an unwitting teen from a possible bomb with their zappy hell treasure powers. Nothing weird at all. You zap around the room a bit, by the way of demonstration, ending up back to the way where you are. Back to where you started. Yeah.
Transportalization technology. I knew various competitors of ours have been developing something like that for a while, but I had no idea they were already doing field tests. I suppose it shouldn't surprise me. But a parcel bomb, you say?
You just out of the window at the sad, obliterated remains of the mailbox. There was nothing anyone could do to save it, or its contents. Oh shoot. Jane wasn't expecting any extremely important deliveries, was she? Potentially in the form of a significant birthday gifts, or a copy of a mysterious computer game?
You mean this Esper Alpha? I'm not surprised you've heard about it. That isn't due for another week, though.
Oh, well, that's a relief then. No harm done.
I wouldn't go quite that far. Alpha notwithstanding, the fact remains that someone tried to blow me up.
Okay, so some harm done. Gee, the nerve of some people. You cannot fathom who could possibly want to do such a thing, especially to someone as harmless and personable as Jane here.
Oof. Oh, come on. One doesn't like to state the obvious, but if I had to guess, it's probably related to my being in line to inherit one of the largest corporations on the planet. Crocker Corp has its enemies. There's no question about that.
Oh, of course. That's why your surname was so familiar. Jane is a new face of the Betty Crocker Company. You don't know what you expected. Considering what's happened on your journey so far, you should have seen this thing coming. Speaking of which, you wonder aloud if anything like this has ever happened before. The only thing that could make this any more surprising is if Jane had been sent similarly life-threatening cargo on any previous occasions.
Oh yes. Why we got mailed something similar just last week, in fact.
You try not to think too hard about the fact that Jane apparently fell for the same exact trick 2 weeks in a row.
Father was out in the yard about to take his car out back for a soak when the blessed mailbox went up in smoke. It was quite the shock. Ever since then, he's been a bit antsy about me checking the mail by myself, but today it arrived while he was out. Good thing, too. He would have thrown a fit if he'd known. I'm barely allowed out of the house as it is. I'm sure he means well, but he can come off as a bit overprotective sometimes. It's plumb ridiculous. A grown lass full of vim and vigor can take perfectly good care of herself.
You don't want to pass hasty judgment on someone's familial situation, but it sounds like Jane's father is just trying to keep her safe. It can't be easy because he's constantly deflecting death threats away from someone determined to walk right into him. Where's her sense of self-preservation?
I suppose it might seem strange to the uninitiated, but once you learn to accept it, I'm gonna try that again.
Yeah.
That was rough. I suppose it might seem strange to the uninitiated, but you sort of learn to accept it after a while. I've been dodging death ever since I can remember. People seem really determined to do me in. I simply can't explain it.
Jesus, wow. That must be pretty rough going. God, that sounds awful, actually. Being the imminent ruler of an empire must come with a fair number of people who want you gone. Thinking back to your encounter with Fairy, you suppose that you were recently part of such an attempt yourself, in a manner of speaking. You declined to mention this to Jane, and being reminded of your time on Eternia causes you to lapse into an uncomfortable silence. Jane looks around a little awkwardly before breaking it.
So, not that I'm ungrateful for the fact that you appear to have rescued me from certain peril, but...
Oh, right, of course. You intruded in a complete stranger's home. You had almost forgotten that this is the first time you and Jane have ever met. Your heart sinks as you consider that, between the vastness of the universe and the determination of those attempting to murder her, this might be the last time you will ever meet as well. Jane offers to show you out. On the way downstairs, you politely ask how long has it been since her family moved here. Does she know anyone called John who used to live in this house? She gives you a strange look before gesturing to a... Oh God, is that a corpse by the fireplace? You take a moment to process the fact that Jane has stuffed a stuffed human person mounted on a plinth in her living room.
John?
She says it is a pop-up, which you guess means grandfather. It's kind of hard to parse some of the vocabulary Jane uses sometimes. Anyway, the guy's name was John, and you can't help but see a resemblance to your good friend Egbert. You encountered enough coincidences by now to know that that must be him, somehow. You have traveled forwards in a time by accident or some such. This is the only possible explanation. You try very hard not to have a whole mental breakdown about your apparently long dead friend, but sadly not hard enough. However, at the sight of your various expressions of horror, shock, and confusion, Jane perks up considerably.
Did you know my dear old Pop-Pop? You should have said something. He was a popular fellow, so I suppose it was only a matter of time for one of his friends from his performing heydays came to visit.
That's right, Jane. Keep talking about him and your friendship in the past tense. This is totally helping you feel better. By which you mean to say, yes, Jane, you're absolutely right. You're an old entertaining friend of her pop-ups who just happened to be visiting in the area in the middle of circus touring season. You try not to be too insulted when Jane eats the lie up without a moment's hesitation.
Well, if one of old Pop Crocker's pals is here, I suppose I can't just turn you out on the street like some nobody. And Papa would never forgive me for giving a family friend the cold shoulder. You simply must stay a while longer, I insist.
You cannot help but agree enthusiastically. And here you were thinking this volume was over before it really got started. Gee, this makes a nice change. You've grown accustomed to putting in a lot of hard work to score some hangout time with various people on your journey, but all it took to convince Jane was a pre-established connection with her apparently very wealthy relatives. It just goes to show you stuff. It just goes to show you stuff. I'm afraid... Oh, wait.
I'm afraid I haven't fulfilled my duties as host very well so far, but I'm determined to change that starting now. But, what to do?
You've been playing the game of friendship long enough by now to sense an important decision approaching. You take a quick inventory of Jane's important character details. You mean interests and personality traits. She seems to have a passion for the lost art of sleuthing and famous detectives of years past. Her imminent inheritance of baking conglomerate and expert spoon wielding likely indicate that she knows her way around a cake or two as well. Lulu, stop. I don't want to. I don't want to keep checking Discord.
Oh.
What to do? What do again? Self-care. Baking. Mystery. Or rewrite history. So that's what we're about to do. Chat, just so you know, fucking Lulu and Susie are fucking messaging each other using the group chat Discord of their troll OCs. That's why you keep hearing Discord noises.
Maybe you should, turn off your Discord noises.
That's a totally thing. That's something you should do.
Yeah, I
with-
know.
with streamer mode.
I was using streamer mode.
Loser.
Fine.
Skill issue.
Get skill issue. Get wrecked.
No, okay, so here's the thing. I had stopped doing that so that I could tell when the fuck the video was supposed to happen. Instead of like sitting there like a buffoon. Because, the noise. We're baking, anyways. First option. So
Sitting there like a bassoon.
yeah, a buffoon, like earlier, like last week, when I'm like, hey, Lulu, do it, and then I was like, oh wait, you've already done it because I didn't hear the noise because I had streamer mode on. Now it's fine as long as they don't blah. You know what? All this heavy stuff has really been getting to you recently. Christ, you left Alternia to get away from the hell murdery nonsense. But if anything, it feels just as stressful back here on Earth with Jane. The adrenaline rush from the impromptu rescue is beginning to wear off, and your legs start to go all wobbly. You slump down against the wall, exhausted. Man, this really took a lot out of you.
Oh, gracious. Are you all right?
Yeah, you just need a minute. God, this is so weird and embarrassing. How come it's only once you were able out of the bad situation that you stopped being able to cope with it? You try to pull yourself together, but then your stomach growls like an aggressive, hungry cat. Come to think of it, you hadn't eaten anything in you. You haven't eaten anything in you. Don't even know how long. God. Oh.
It sounds like someone's hungry.
Wait. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
Let's
was
try that
trying to
again.
Okay, you haven't had anything in. You don't even know how long. Jane gives you a sympathetic, almost grandmotherly look. I was trying to process that sentence for a second. And there's supposed to be a comma between in and you, I bet.
It sounds like somebody's hungry. You know, I was planning on baking something after taking care of the mail. Although, I guess that it took care of itself in the end. So, since Plan A seems gone up in a pillar of smoke, let's move swiftly on to Plan B. Fancy helping me whip a cake into submission? We can call it a thank you for saving my bacon back there.
Gosh, that sounds like a wonderful idea. You feel like you could eat a horse, or even better, a horse made out of cake. You can't even remember the last time you had cake, in fact.
Oh. Now, if that ain't just the saddest thing I ever did get heard sad.
Jane sets you up with an apron and starts pulling ingredients and utensils out of various cupboards and drawers. Seeing the various colorful bags and boxes all lined up on the kitchen counter fills you with excitement. Ticonderoga Jane is 16. The idea of collaborating with... Oh, well, actually 15 because it's before her birthday, right? Wasn't it the same birthday? So if this is a week before her birthday, she's actually 15.
No, wouldn't this be the day of
No, because he said that she's waiting it'll be another week before the alpha.
Oh. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. The idea of collaborating with Jane to make sure something delicious gets your heart racing. Surely there couldn't be no better path to friendship than this. Once she seems sure that she's gotten everything you need, Jane fiddles with the oven for a few seconds.
Just need to get the oven set to preheat. Okay, there we go. Now let's get crackling, shall we?
Where did your youthful enthusiasm go?
I'm sorry. I was making fun of my girlfriend because she was a help.
I do not talk like that.
Well,
Okay.
Sorry. Okay, I can do this. I can do this. Okay. Okay, there we go. Now let's get cracking, shall we?
You look around expectingly, hoping to see a recipe book or something similar amid the collection of baking equipment.
Oh no, we don't need that one.
don't need one.
Oh no, we don't need one. My Junior Batter Master Bull Buster Stirring Solution 50,000? Goddamn. My Junior Batter Master's Bull Buster Stirring Solution 50,000 will do the trick just fine.
A passionate burning fire seems to ignite in Jane's eyes as she brandishes her trusty red spoon. With her well-practiced motion, she adjusts a series of buttons and dials on the side, and a vaguely feminine robot voice begins to speak out of it.
Triple chocolate layer cake, medium rare, begin regime.
That wasn't
Wait a
that feminine. Jane nods to herself and presses another button. The voice begins listing off a series of ingredients and measurements. You guess this spoon must have a lot more tricks up its sleeve than you originally gave it credit for. Technology really is amazing. You begin to reach for the bag of flour, but with lightning speed, Jane leans over and grabs it for herself. She doesn't even seem to notice that she had bat your hand out of the way. Oh well, that's alright. Jane seems to know what she's doing, and you hate to spoil her fun. In the blink of an eye, she has the flour measured out and reaches for the butter.
A pre-solidified bovine extract. You will comply.
Jane continues her work in a thorough and efficient manner, and the spoon continues reading out instructions in a calm, steady voice. It's somewhat soothing, even if the choice of vocabulary is a bit strange. It certainly seems to be relaxing Jane. Her face was a picture of intense concentration, but now her eyes appear dim and distant. She could almost be asleep. You're just coming to terms with the idea that baking with Jane is a spectator sport rather than a team game, when a sudden noise snaps her out of her trance.
Oh!
Her hand goes to her apron pocket and she fishes out her phone. Something on the screen makes her face light up with gentle excitement. You think you catch the sight of something green, but she doesn't give you a good look at it.
I have to take care of this.
Whatever it is, it seems I've got Jane in a bit of a tizzy all of a sudden. She thrusts the spoon in your direction.
Here. Just follow the instructions. You can't go wrong.
This is all happening so fast, being trusted with Jane's precious spoon, and so early in your friendship? This must be a very great honor. She obviously believes in you a great deal. You try to assure Jane that you won't let her down, but she's already too engrossed in her phone to acknowledge it. You sigh to yourself knowingly. For all of her antiquated phraseology and old-timey aesthetic, Jane is still a teen at heart.
Add ingredients to vessel. Commence liquidation. Obey.
Oh shit, you were caught up in being judgmental of a young person that you completely lost track of what you were doing, which was...
Dissolve desiccated coca in boiling water. Submit to your labor.
It's a very calming feminine voice.
Yeah, I know. Hey, hang on just a moment. You just barely managed to remember what the previous instruction was before the spoon moved on to the next step already. Oh god, what was the other ingredients you needed to add? You tried to guess, but there's too many things on the counter and you don't know what half of them even are. You spare a glance at Jane, hoping against hope that she noticed your plight, but she's far too distracted to help you right now. You'll just have to work it out by yourself. She's counting on you. Think, damn it, think.
Fold coca paste into mixture. Make haste. The end is nigh.
Eggs! You don't remember doing anything with eggs, but the spoon definitely called for some a while ago. In a blind panic, you grab one and toss it into the bowl. Only after you've stirred it into the mixture do you remember that it's generally best to remove the shell first.
Pour cream into a small saucepan and heat over a low flame for a few minutes, ensuring that it does not boil or simmer. Once the cream is hot, remove the saucepan from the heat. Cease reproduction.
The calm robot voice isn't soothing to you. Not anymore. Its dulcet tones have become your tormentor. It wouldn't be so bad if it would slow down for a moment. Is there a speed setting on this spoon? You just had some more time to think.
Are you sure you would like to start over?
Ah, wrong button. You can't go back, not now. You cancel the prompt and grit your teeth in a grim determination. You can fix this. You have to fix this. It's like Jane said, all those minutes ago when she sent you on this quest, you can't go wrong. It's at this moment that your eyes land on the bag of sugar. Noticeably unopened bag of sugar. It's just sitting there, smirking at you, full look of unbearable smugness, the colorful lettering on his face. Who, me? What could you possibly need me in a cake for? You tear the bag open and dump the entire contents into the mixing bowl with ice cold fury. Then you toss its gutted, lifeless husk into the garbage where it belongs. Revenge has never been sweeter.
Oh, lordy. Sorry to leave you in the lurch for so long. I had to deal with a friend and his daily moment of personal crisis. Although, that's not really saying much. Quite frankly, most of his life seems to be one long personal crisis. And I do suppose I'm hardly in any position to complain. I do so like his company at the end of the day. So, anyway, the cake. How have you been managing?
You don't look up at Jane when she comes back over to you a few minutes later, seemingly oblivious to the devastation you wrought on this poor kitchen. You stare down in the thick, lumpy batter sitting in the bowl in front of you, and the stodgy, curled mess you cannot help but see yourself, a complete and utter failure.
Is everything alright?
You want to tell her to explain that no, Jane, everything is not alright. It's all gone to shit. But you can't look anywhere except down. You can feel like the bottom falling out of this friendship opportunity like that poorly supported Victoria sponge. Once Jane gets a good look at the batter, it's game over. You know it. As she peeks over your shoulder at the handiwork, you brace yourself for the dreadful moment you've felt so many times before, across countless alternative selves and timelines. You watch for the telltale signs of a person deciding that, whatever pathetic and somehow unspecified creature you are, they don't want you in their life. But strangely enough, the moment never came. Instead, Jane puts a hand lightly on his shoulders and gives you a gentle smile full of teeth.
There. No need to pull a face like that. So yes, this ended up being a little bit of a misadventure, but it's not the end of the world.
But Jane was counting on you and you let her down. You had something that needed to be fixed and you couldn't manage it. As on so many other occasions during your journey, you only made things worse. You try to convince Jane of your guilt in this matter, but she simply shakes her head.
Oh, pshaw, you did nothing of the sort. You tried to make the best out of a bad and confusing ordeal, and nobody can blame you for that. Even if your best is admittedly a bit suboptimal. But sometimes when things go wrong, it's not a simple case of being able to fix it by soldiering on blindly in the face of adversity. Sometimes the only way to set things right is to cut your losses and start over from the beginning. And that's not really the same as giving up.
You try with all your might to swallow this good advice Jane is serving you, but the look on your face must not be at all that convincing. Jane sighs.
Look, I'm sorry for abandoning you in an unfamiliar situation. It wasn't very responsible or leaderly. And it's certainly not becoming of a future president, corporate, or otherwise.
I suppose that's true. I guess you can accept that this mess was a group effort, even in failure. It's important to acknowledge the power of teamwork. All the same, you hand Jane's rosy red spoon back to her. You're not worthy of its solemn mantle. Besides, some of the stuff that the robot voice said was beginning to seriously freak you out.
Honestly, it meant a lot to me you were willing to indulge in my little hobby for a while. It might not be a career path I've been following my entire life. It may be the career path I've been following for my entire life, but you'd be surprised how little I get to talk about it with anyone I'm close to. Anyway, wasn't the whole point that we were getting you something to eat? As thanks for saving my life?
Oh yeah, you guess you did do that. Good job, you. Your chest puffs out instinctively, a little with pride, but the motion causes your still empty stomach to make its presence felt again with a loud gurgle.
Speaking of which, we still need to take care of that. Letting a friend go hungry is completely unacceptable. So, how is giving it another try sound? Here's an idea. If you pick the recipe, I'll take care of the rest. I promise I won't get distracted this time, alright?
Yeah, that sounds nice. Especially the part where Jane called you a friend. That's the nicest part of all. Cutting all off.
Cutting our losses.
Yay. I don't think you can go back all the way.
I don't even think there's a bad ending for this one.
Are you sure?
I don't know.
What? Wait. What? Hold on. Go back.
Okay. There was more. Oh no, you almost missed more.
Here, you can look up the recipe using this. I'll lend my phone to you, but, well, you know how it is with privacy.
Jane hands what she appears to be some sort of computerized tiara, stylishly cast in Crocker red plastic. You guess you just put it on? That's not too complicated. You've seen more peculiar user interfaces in your various travels across time and space, that's for sure. The device fits snugly over the top of your head, despite your apparent lack of ears. You feel the unreal Eris thought rate tiara top begin to mesh psychically with your own brain, as you are mentally hooked up to the limitless potential of the internet. Every facet of human knowledge is at your cognitive... Every facet of human knowledge is at your cognitive fingertips. Your mind is awash with hundreds and thousands, 100,000 cat pictures of cats in silly poses. Wow! Jane is ready to and waiting for your instructions. All you have to do is reach out. So you do and begin to comb the web for something tasty, and you will surrender yourself, and you will cease reproduction, and you will comply, and you will comply, and you will comply. Wait, what? All at once, something hits the inside of your skull and begins to ricochet around your synapses and neurons, something to fill every corner and crevice of your brain with a deafening wave of silent noise. A single instruction uttered with incalculable force, impossible to ignore. Obey.
Obi.
Obey. Your mind, so susceptible to outside influence, is no match for it. You feel a million sharp pains as a million neural pathways are rearranged to form sharp angles and ordered lines and circuits, and in a blinding flash of light, her design overwhelms every part of me and consumes every atom of me, and then retransmits and amplifies the whole in concert with her will. And I cannot know any different, because this is all that I am, and is so much more than I was. And I see her worthless protege's face twist in a look of horror at the sight of my transformation, but I do not spare her a second glance as I look skywards. I am free of such concerns now. And in the eye of the mind that now belongs to her, I see the place I need to go, and I reach out with the power I stole, and I step forward into it. And in her throne room, I kneel beneath her smile, as she sets course for everywhere, and there are problems in the universe that require our attention. And I, her new weapon, smile too. We are going to fix everything. Oh, never mind. It was the bad end after all. It was the bad end after all.
Correct.
Goddamn.
Reconsider, and then we're going to do detective work. Solve a mystery. It's been bothering you for a while, but for someone who claims to follow in the footsteps of the very gutsiest of gumshoes, James seems pretty unmotivated to find out who's been trying to murder her all these years. Perhaps you should use that means at your disposal to finally put the mystery to rest once and for all. You suggest to Jane that maybe you should try to ascertain who the parcel was sent by.
By whom was the parcel sent?
What?
Grammar, silly. It's very important.
Oh, of course. You suppose you agree with that? After all, this is a text-based medium, and shoddy craftsmanship can only ever obscure information. Proper adherence to linguistic conventions is of the utmost importance, and ensuring the conveyance of salient details in a timely and comprehensible manner. But damn it, Jane, isn't the time. You got a case to solve.
Yes, all right. What exactly are you proposing we do? There's very little evidence that we can feasibly collect.
The two of you look forlornly out the window again, down to where the mailbox should be. Jane is right. The avenue of investigation went up in smoke a few minutes ago. The investigation has barely gotten started, and the drill has already gone cold in a blazing ball of fire.
I was just asking at the mail office or somewhere similar, but I don't suppose they know anything detailed about the package's origins. It's not like regular mail workers have access to that kind of information. To make matters worse, the mail is one of the few public services Crocker Corp doesn't partially own, so I wouldn't be able to pull any strings. I don't suppose there's anyone watching at the time the bomb was placed either.
You have to admit, the possibility seems somewhat remote, but that gives you an idea. If there aren't any witnesses to hand, why not make some yourself?
What? Bribe someone to falsely test? What? Bribe someone to falsify testimony or something similar? That's certainly a novel way of going about it.
Jane seems to be giving it a lot more thought than you would expect, but in any case, that wasn't at all what you meant. He explained to Jane that far from merely being able to transportalize between two physical locations, you also possess the ability to time travelificate to any point in the past or future.
Not to be rude, considering that you did just save my life and everything. That does sound more than a little far-fetched.
Jane seems pretty skeptical about this, but you honestly can't be bothered to work through all of her personal misgivings about belief in the feasibility of time travel right now. You've already been through this with more than a dozen people already. Fine. You decide to take a more proactive approach. Seeing is believing after all. You grab her wrist and zap back in time. Jane, meet past Jane. Jane, meet future Jane. You trust that it will suffice as evidence.
I don't.
Alright, moving on. You purify next to a bush that you hid behind earlier, and take refuge in it once again. A conveniently abandoned wristwatch on the ground nearby indicates that you have traveled an hour into the past. No sign of White Cat yet. The mailbox is there in all of his beautiful unexploded majesty, but it stands empty as of right now. This is perfect. All you have to do is to wait for the truth to come to you. See, Jane, isn't this exciting? Jane?
911, what's your emergency? Please note the misplaced apostrophes on shop signs do not constitute an emergency. And Lalonde, help! I'm stuck in the past! Lamau, Lamau, yes. What that tipped you off? Was it the fact that nobody else talks like it's the 1920s? What? No, I mean this entirely literally. I'm quite literally stuck in the past in a temporal sense. Oh. OMG, wait, really? Who told you that? Was it TT? I bet it was TT, yoinking my Thunder GDI. Strider! No, you're not listening to me! I've been transported back in time by a mysterious entity who recently saved my life from yet another ridiculous assassination attempt. Oh. Okay. Damn. False alarm, I guess.
Wait. Yeah, okay.
Wait. GCAC can time travel now? No, this is a different mysterious entity. They don't seem related to the God Cat as far as I can tell. They rescued me from a parcel bomb in the mailbox a short while ago, and have since taken it upon themselves to help me find out who is responsible. they're remarkably enthusiastic about the issue, almost as if it were their civic duty somehow. So, a number of mysterious abilities, intimate knowledge of male safety, and a compulsion to aid random citizens. Are you sure this person isn't just your mailman, Janie? I mean, who knows what kind of magic those little guys can pull off? I'm pretty certain that they have absolutely nothing to do with the profession of mail delivery in any practical sense. Anyway, the point is, we're now an hour in the past from our perspective, waiting for the perpetrator to place a bomb that not a few minutes ago threatened to blow me to kingdom come. It's all a bit much to take in. Well, shucks, Buster. Shucks, Buster, indeed.
While Jane has busied herself with something on her phone, you've been keeping a lookout for anything suspicious. So far, nothing has happened. But now, just out of sight, you can hear the telltale sign of a vehicle approaching. You quickly gentle elbow Jane in the ribs to get her attention, and the two of you peek your heads tentatively out of the bush. You watch as an unassuming van pulls up outside the house. You keep watching as an unremarkable person gets out and carries a small pile of mail over to the mailbox, totally unsuspiciously. From the distance, you can't really make out anything about them at all. This isn't nearly as helpful or informative as you hoped.
This is no good. We can't see anything at all from all the way over here. I think we might need to resort to one of the more advanced tactics in every detective's arsenal. I propose that we accost this delivery worker, tie them up, and then scrupulously interrogate them for any information they might have.
You guess that would work? Jane seems remarkably unconcerned with the ethical qualms inherent in assaulting a public servant, and at some point you would have found this extremely alarming, but after a few months of Alternia, you're so accustomed to this kind of thing that thought of actually disagreeing doesn't even occur to you.
Let's fucking go!
Jane gets in position to lead the charge. You reach your hand into her Terran reality, rummaging around for a moment to retrieve a long length of rope from somewhere in Terezi's hive. Hopefully, she won't miss it. You mutter a quick prayer of apology to the guardian deities of mail workers everywhere, and then...
Now!
Hello, Jadowski. The two of you leap from your hiding spot and tackle the hapless stranger just as they're about to climb back into the van.
Have at you! Have at you!
Jane is brandishing her trusty spoon as threateningly as any sword. The poor defenseless postman is taken completely by surprise and topples to the ground. You quickly tie their arms and legs and then zap all three of you back out of sight behind the bushes again. Then Jane sets to work. She fixes your captive with a cast iron stare, and with ruthless efficiency begins to rattle off a relentless stream of astute and insightful questions. Her tongue is like a whip, beating her quarry into submission. You watch in silent horror as she verbally dismantles this unfortunate soul, piece by fearful piece. It's like watching a dozen interrogation scenes from a dozen gritty crime dramas and neurotic detective flicks all at once. She pretends to smoke an invisible cigar at one point, seemingly without noticing at all. You don't even have the words for what she does with the spoon. When Jane Lee finally pauses to catch her breath, the nameless and faceless courier manages to choke out a few words and spill the beans. It is a scant few beans, you're sorry to say. They say they don't know much. Hell, with the dame roughing them up like that, they can't even remember their own name. But they do remember a mysterious package marked "Handled with care" and addressed to the Crocker resident. They say they remember thinking that there was nowhere else the package could have been headed. With a surname like that, it was only fitting. You know, with the big red spoon on the side of the box and everything. Oh, there is a bot. Hold on. Don't worry.
Bot?
It was a bot. Jane doesn't say anything else. She just stands up and unties the prisoner. They are free to go. You flash them a look which Hope says something like, "I'm sorry for helping this distressed teenager tie you up in order to satisfy your curiosity, and I appreciate your ongoing public service. But you've never been great at nonverbal communication."
That is a lot to try and convey through a look, too.
Hmm.
It's kind of complex.
A notification rings out from Jane's phone. Perhaps chatting to a friend perhaps chatting to a friend in this trying time will offer her some comfort. You wander a short distance away, allowing Jane some space to process what's happened. You've learned the hard way that privacy is a fundamental right that should always be respected.
How goes the investigation? Did you threaten a retail worker or something yet? OMG, Janie, you did it! You did, didn't you? God damn it, we've talked about this. About his.
Sorry.
Jane, are you okay? No. I can't believe I'm topping this. The company, my company, it appears they were the ones that sent the bomb. Okay. You were right about them, I suppose. You're being serious. You're being serious right now. You're not like pranking me super hard for the megalols? No, of course not. I'm hardly in a joking mood. Jane, this is great. What? You finally pulled through. The better bitch had the wool over your eyes. But buy no more. Ah, I'm so happy. What? No, this is awful. Oh, right. Of course, what I meant was that. Ah! Will you please just stop talking for a second? I can't think with your endless ruddy face blaring all the time. I nearly died for the umpteenth time this morning, but survived only to have my entire worldview start to collapse before my very eyes by way of some mysterious time travel magic. Jeez Louise, this is easy for you. In fact, this must be Christmas and birthday come early for all three of you. You finally got what you wanted, which was to prove me wrong. Your insane collective conspiracy about my entire life being part of some evil plot looks like it might actually hold water after all. Congratulations! Go on, say that you told me so. Here, I'll even type it out for you to copy and paste, so you don't have to worry about any more fucking ass-faced spelling errors. I told you so.
Also, hello, Hawk.
No? I'm not actually sure what to say. You're kind of scaring me. I'm sorry. This is scaring me too.
Jane sighs. You guess the conversation must be taking a turn for the heavy. But you can't say for sure. You're feeling good about your decision not to pry into this private discussion. It would truly be some kind of fucked up to intrude at such a vulnerable moment when people are rarely seen at their best.
It feels as though I'm in the middle of an ocean. Scratch that. It feels like my whole world is an ocean. Something so immense, so dark, so vast and deep that I can't even begin to imagine what might be up beneath the surface. Everything that I've ever known, everything that I've ever been is sinking into it and vanishing with nary a trace. And my only solace is to jump of my own volition before I'm pulled by force. And what? Is someone going to catch me and help me stay afloat? The only float is my best friend in the whole world
has any familiar. The only float my best friend in the whole world has any familiarity with is flippin' cocktails. Gee. Jane, I know you're like being kind of mean and exasperated like right now, but it means a lot to hear that I'm your best friend. I love you. Heart. Rolal, please! I'm only trying to express the depths of my existential confusion over here. The ocean, Lalonde, the abyssal infinite ocean. Can you even imagine what that's like? On second thought, never mind. This whole analogy is contrived and nonsensical and couldn't possibly have any emotional relevance to anyone.
Another sigh.
God, I'm sorry. I'm not handling this well at all. I mean, to be honest, no. But LDR, IDK, what precise arrangement of emotional responses would even realistic ally qualify as handling this whale? Fish pun for topic appropriateness. Like, I guess if I had this whole plan for you, for like how I get you to accept the truth, TM, and it would have worked because, let's be real, I'm a fucking genius, fucking,
Genius.
but also
Genius.
genius. I'm pretty sure that would have involved blowing up a whole bunch more shit, or at least like mega escapades.
I love espacades.
How do you know about shenanigans? Oh, you know it. She nanny guns out the ass. The point is, I knew that it would be hard. Maybe hazardous to our relationship or your physical health, but I knew that you were worth it. And also, for what tit's worth, I don't give an effing fuck about dunking on your ass. None of us do.
With a third and final huff, James slumps down on the ground, visibly deflated. All the tempest and fury is gone out of her, and now she's just sitting and gazing glumly at the wall of pink bubblegum on the screen. Or bubblegum pink on the screen. She seems utterly miserable. You want to comfort her, to offer solace and friendly counsel in this trying time. There comes a moment in every teen's upbringing when she realizes that the globe-spanning, multi-billion-dollar corporation, which is her birthright, has also been responsible for some pretty shady and heinous nonsense, including multiple attempts on her own life. It's just part of growing up. But somehow, you just can't find the words, and maybe it's just not your place to comment anyway. Before you can think of something to say, Jane shakes her head and starts typing again.
All right, that's enough sitting around feeling all forlorn. I'm feeling pretty okay, actually. No, me, I was talking about myself. This new reality is one that I simply have to accept, whether I like it or not, and it's no good being glum about it. Especially not if it leads me to mistreat my nearest and dearest. So, I'm not going to be the leader of a worldwide mega corporation. Big deal. There are better things to be applying my savvy towards. The friends who have my back, for instance. Oh, gee. Janie, I'm loving this new enthusiasm. I understand I've been remiss in my duties as of late. That ends now. Where once I had a duty to my heritage, now I have a duty to those who care about me. The call of leadership comes from elsewhere. Oh, gee, yes! Those words you're typing. Meaningful and full of poignancy.
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 Jane strikes a pose that looks like at once determined, bold. Wait. Jane strikes a pose that looks at once determined, bold, fearless, and resolute, and all while still typing furiously away on her mobile. It just goes to show how hard she must have trained for a moment like this.
And so, for my first act as a responsible friend with eyes unclouded by the sugary haze of a manipulative baking empire, I say that ends here. The game we've been pawns for years stops today. Yes! Hell yeah! Yes. I think I've rather gone off the idea of games altogether, haven't you? Specifically, the game. Hell fuck. Oh, wait, no. Hell fucking yeah. Oh, wait, what? The Alpha. I decided I'm not going to participate. It's a Cracker Corp product, and it's clearly part of some grand evil scheme or another. It'd be positively suicidal to consider playing it at this point. Well, yes, but... But what? There's no doubt in my mind about it. Furthermore, as your friend, and as one I recently reminded of her duty of care in this regard, I feel like I should strongly advise against any of us playing it. Or anyone at all, for that matter. Now that I think about it, it's our solemn responsibility to ensure nobody ever gets their hand on this game. Just imagine the havoc it would wreak. We've got 1 week for the alpha is due to release. I'm certain we can think of some nefarious schemes to disrupt it in the meantime if we work together as a team. I trust I'll be able to count on your hacker skills, in this endeavor. Sure. Completely accidental lack of excitement. My 6 skills are yours to command. I knew it. You're the best BFFC one could hope for.
Jane clears her throat, pockets the phone, and seems to have reached some kind of conclusion. That chat looked from the outside like it was a huge emotional journey from start to finish. We're glad that James seems to be feeling better for having it, whatever they ended up talking about. Sometimes all you need is a friend to vent things towards, in a healthy and productive manner.
I suppose I should thank you again. Without your help, I never would have learned the truth. It's quite possible I would have lived out the rest of my potentially very short life without another opportunity to see things for what they really were. I don't know how I shall ever repay you.
Since nothing today has changed the fact that Jane is ludicrously wealthy, you can think of a great number of ways she could feasibly repay you. But that might just be pushing it a little too far all at once. So instead, you effortlessly spin some yarn about this being what friends are for, and so on. It's a speech you've given many, many times before.
I've depended on you for a great deal, but now I think it's time for me to forge my own path, and under my own steam. I'll show the world what Jane Crocker can accomplish with naught but her own 2 bare hands. And now, if you'll excuse me, I have an existential crisis to avert.
Yay! Good end! Wait, we fucked up history again, but we don't even know.
Yeah. Not ideal. It's not even a good end either. It's just existential crisis.
That's right, adventure!
We didn't get a victory.
Technically you did.
So, who's taking Jake? And
I'm probably taking Jake, because I took Jake for most of it.
Okay, Susie, how about you narrate?
My brain is a goo.
Yeah?
Okay. All
That's
you
okay,
wanted.
I can do
All
it.
you. What?
All
Hello,
you wanted
Torvar.
to do was make a new friend. And now you're running like hell from a giant white creature with 2 heads, each sporting a single garish eye. Kind of like a cyclops, except with 2 of one-eyed faces, so you guess it's a duocyclops? Whatever it is, it's angry as hell and chasing you through a tangled jungle. You leap over a stand of ferns and duck under one of those big woody vines jungles always have. Blah. After befriending Jane, you asked her for the names of some of her friends. Not too many details. You made that mistake with Solix. Just a little tantalizing friendship amuse-bouche to get you started. Or amuse-bouche. Well, I don't know. Specifically, you were interested in the friend that needed her help daily. Now that sounded like some fertile ground for a relationship. You kind of regret bringing it up, though, because Jane got very flustered about or telling you about Jake. It's clear that her friendship with this guy is a topic of some emotional turmoil. Well, who better to help sort it out than you, everyone's friend? But instead of friendship, you've been greeted by a number of ferocious white monsters. Your your garbled brain offers up what you probably pissed off, or that you probably pissed off this kid's Lucis. Except this is Earth? Between different planets, different universes, and the mess of timelines in your memory, you're having a hard time figuring out. You trip over a big tree root and land smack on your face in the dirt. You choke on decaying plant matter, clawing at your throat, and roll over onto your back, just in time to see the Duocyclops about to bring down one huge foot right on your vulnerable body. Are you allowed to start over if you haven't even made a branching choice yet? You cover your eyes. Nothing happens. After a moment of Olympic level breath catching, you venture a peek. The Duocyclops is in pieces on the ground. 2 pieces. You hope the thematic resonance offered it some comfort during such a brutal end. You scramble to your feet. Your future new friend, Jake, must have intervened to save you. You look around for him, but there's another swoosh noise and a glint of metal. Something inhuman appears in front of the Duocyclops' body. It's a robot. Kind of a cartoony one, with shiny metal joints and big red anime glasses. It even has a perfectly gelled metal hairstyle. Honestly, it looks pretty goofy, but it's also holding a katana and staring right at you. You think you saw something similar broken all over the floor of Equius's room. It must be a battle robot. You don't have the strength of your punchiest friend.
Again, another choice before we even meet them. What to do? Fight. Let's see. I can't say it. I can't. You can't do that. Hard. Blake? Why can't they just say pussy and coward? Come on, you allow me kind of to do the fuck word. But anyways, choices chat, polls. Vote in the poll. Vote poll. Pull the poll out. Sit on the poll. Spin on the poll. Sit while spinning on the poll. Spin while sitting. Do 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 boop 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 do boop 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 boop. Oh god, it feels so good. It feels so good being on the poll. Voting in the poll. Poll. No, I can't do that. Alright, we're fighting the robot. Challenge the robot. Challenge the robot. Lulu, challenge the robot. Lulu, challenge the robot.
Yeah?
Lulu, challenge the robot.
Yeah?
Yeah, Lulu, challenge the robot.
With a yell, you charge forward, waving your arms intimidatingly. Yeah, it's a robot. It's not scared. The robot implacably waits for your approach, then strikes out in one swift motion, too fast to see. You crumple to the ground, your body or your world exploding in pain. You huddle into a ball, waiting for the robot to finish you off. But it's not interested. It zooms away, leaving you to your agonies. In the bursts of lucidity available to you, you discern that it has kicked you in the chest, breaking several of your ribs. No problem. That's totally a survivable injury. You'll be fine, and ready to get your friendship Katamari rolling again in no time. You're just gonna lie here for a bit first, just to gather your strength. Just gonna lie here. too injured to run, surrounded by ferocious beasts, and leaking delicious aromatic blood. Just for a minute or two.
Oh, monster bait. Okay, then do not.
You default to your old standby, cowering. You shrink back, hands raised in the universal symbol for whoa now, shit, no horse pun, or whoa now, shit, no horse pun intended. For some reason, the thought of Equius and the presence of this robot are making your brain go right to horses. Suddenly, a shot rings out behind you. It sounds so stupid that you almost don't believe it, but it's true. Who's shooting a gun at a robot? The robot makes a little vrr startup noise and raises its katana into a ready stance. A blur of green and khaki charges out of the jungle and tackles the robot full in the stomach. It doesn't fall to the ground. Instead, it puts the kid, a human you can now see, so probably this Jake guy, into a headlock. He struggles, lashing at it with his elbows and kicking at its ankles. The robot proceeds to beat the kid up. There's no reason to describe it in detail. It's unpleasant to watch and makes you feel really bad. You didn't even know there could be a polar opposite of Equius, but this kid is it. The robot is super effective against him. You have to stop it, but there's too much action for you to get close. Even if you could reach Jake, there's no way you could zap him out of here without bringing the battle bot with you. Except, things have been weird lately. The accepted rules of your power no longer seem so inviolable. Maybe you can just do it? You close your eyes and think really hard about bringing Jake with you. When you open your eyes, a young man stands in his bedroom. Wait, is this Jake's birthday? No. What? You shake your head in consternation. Anyway, you manage to bring Jake and only Jake into the house. He stands there clutching his side and panting, recovering from the robo beatdown. The guy's bedroom is so covered in movie posters, it's hard to see the shape of the walls. The floor is littered with weaponry. A lot of the kids you've met live like this, basically lounging around in piles of detritus pertaining to their character-defining interests. Anyway, it's clear to anyone who sees this room that he absolutely fucking loves movies and guns. You don't need to waste any time on exposition here.
Jesus Christus! You're all right there, my chromatically challenged chappie?
Do you mean Jeezum Creasum?
Jeezum Creasum?
Yeah, that's what it says.
What did I say?
You said Jesus Creasus.
Jeezum Creasum! You're all right over there, my chromatically challenged chappie?
You're fine. Jake is the one who seems hurt. That robot really did a number on him.
I'll say, confounded thing practically never doesn't do a number on me. It does so many numbers, it's one short of a standing ovation down on Broadway Avenue. I'm just glad I can be there to help. You know, a life is always just a smidgen easier with a bro's helping hand firmly placed on your behind. With a friend behind you is what I mean to say.
Oh, sure. Jake doesn't really seem fazed by any of this. Not the alien monsters on this island, not your presence, and not his ungainly defeat at the hands of the anime robot, not even by you teleporting him around.
Well, sure, my good buddy Jane told me about, my good buddy Jane told me you might drop by. And honestly, I've been chomping at the proverbial bit to meet you, old fella, me lad. I'm sure Janie showed you a good time, as she is the stand-up host and a top-notch friendo. An absolute wonder wench, and no doubt about it. But gosh, I've just been so gung-ho to show a brand new personage around the old digs. Get it? I live in a ruined temple, so it's literally digs. Nudges you with a meaningful elbow and gives you a hearty raising of the brows.
Did he just say that out loud? He did. Well, here you are, ready to be shown around the ruined temple. Where to first?
Let's not actually go there. You know, I'm no stranger to danger, but there's nothing like a man's familiar four walls to give him a feeling of peace and quietude. We'd better hide out for a bit. Just a tactical withdrawal whilst my robo-buddy and the usual monster menagerie are out and about.
Right, the monsters. You can't help but notice that this is the same island where Jade lived. But instead of one big white creature custodian like Beck, Jake has lots. Trying to be culturally sensitive, you tell him it must have been nice to such a big family. Jake looks perplexed.
I'd reckon it must be nice. I can't say I've ever had one, though. If family's what you're looking for, you couldn't have picked a worse place to mount your search. There's about as much familiar spirit in my locale as cows in a cornfield. Which is to say, there's simply none to be seen.
Oh shit, you misinterpreted things. So Jake really just lives here alone. That must be hard.
I'll say, as another of my friends could tell you, there's nothing worse than being a teen stranded alone in the middle of a Pacific Ocean. The Pacific Ocean. The Pacific Ocean. My grandma used to live here with me, but she died long ago.
You think of your friend John, or rather his corpse, standing ceremonially in Jane's living room. Same house, similar kids, same island, mysteriously dead grandma. It's not hard to put two and two together and come up with your dead friend Jade. It's a gut punch, even though the inexorable passage of time means that, of course, you could zap to the future and visit time periods where all your friends are dead if you wanted. I guess that's kind of what you did to your old friends by skipping forward so many years in Alternia. Wow, you were kind of starting to hyperventilate about this. You focus hard on Jake, trying to pull yourself together. Luckily, he doesn't seem to have noticed anything is wrong with you. Jake seems like the kind of person who doesn't have room in his head to talk and notice other people at the same time.
But I try not to complain. After all, things could be worse. I've all the cans a boy could ever want to cookalize. I get to romp in the pumpkin patch to my heart's delight. Plus, this island is the perfect setting for one of the coolest things in the world. That's right, adventure. The thrill of discovery, the frenzy of battle. It's the most fulfilling diversion of them all. Why, no boy of a sound disposition could feel sad about the perpetual isolation and the deadness attribute of his family members when the whole dark and teeming jungle is available for his dauntless exploration.
Is that really what he thinks? You can't help but remember about 30 seconds ago when Jake said he didn't want to go out to the ruins. You're no problem, Sleuth, but Jake's room looks pretty lived in, not to mention the quantity of movie consumption suggested by his decor. You're about to respond when there's a horrendous clatter from down below. Jake freezes, a small animal caught in headlights. You suspect the headlights are of the red anime glasses variety.
Oh, fuck bottoms! The metal maverick makes his return! Listen, you looks like a... listen.
More like, listen, you look like a rum customer.
Listen, you look like a rum customer with Primo Getaway sticks. Fling is probably our best option here.
You don't get it. The last guy you knew who made a habit of consorting with battle bots always bested them handily. Why would Jake make something he couldn't beat?
Whoa, jumping Jehoshaphat, I'm touched by your high opinion of my robotics know-how. No, I didn't make the brobot. My best buddy did. He's a genuine whiz with the tech of all kinds, and a real thoughtful guy, even though sometimes I wish he would just apply some of that big brain box to helping me out just a touch more. He couldn't be here himself because of the physical limitations of time and space, so he sent the robot to train me. It's really nice if you want to think about it. I mean, at first, I thought it was somewhat overbearing and unnecessary, but after Dirk explained it to me, I got that it was his way of being nice.
This best friend sounds...
Not everyone is as lucky as me to have 3 stalwart compadres to brighten their day when they live alone on a murder island. When you think about it, I'm just about the luckiest gent whoever was stranded in the Pacific with a parcel of ferocious monsters and a killer robot.
You guess someone could say that? If that someone was Jake. Another harsh sound from below reminds you of the urgency of the situation. You could easily teleport the two of you out of here, but, well... The creepy biotech chittering noise of drones still echoes in your memories. You've had some bad experiences with trying to escape a killer robot with its eyes set on a friend. Escape via teleportation seems like a temporary solution at best. Sooner or later, Jake's probably going to have to face the robot. Is there some way the two of you acting together could take it down?
You don't understand. It learns from your actions. Anytime I've ever started to get the jump on the dad-burned chrome ass sucker, it just turned around and gives itself a thorough skull feeding on the topic of taking my sweet Bippy. If we fight it together, it'll just learn how to fight 2 people, and then when you leave me all by my lonesome, I'll be up shit creek with nary a paddle to be found. It's like that robot in the Incredibles. Except instead of being an absolutely fantastic work of cinema art, it's my real life.
Jeezum Creasum! Jake's friend is among the worst gift givers you've ever seen.
There's just one thing we can do if it's a hasty retreat isn't what tickles your biscuit. If we could find a way to turn on novice mode, it'll be easier to deal with. I usually don't do it, but I hate to be subject a guest to the violent vicissitudes of a robotic rascal. I just can't remember how it's done.
Oh, okay. So at least his friend included an easy mode. You were starting to think this guy was one of those gamers who thought easy modes cheapened the experience. But if he designed the thing with a novice mode, maybe he can remind Jake how to trigger it.
Well, I have to admit, you really put your achromatic digit right on the crux of the matter there, amigo. Strider is a bang-up bro, and I won't utter a word against him, but he doesn't really like to offer help. I imagine he'll think it's my fault for getting in the first place, and he probably won't want to give me the answer, because then I won't learn the lesson that I shouldn't be so forgetful.
Wow. Okay. You were starting to form some tentative opinions about this Strider guy.
That said, buddy-o, I think you stumbled in on quite the slick solution to our woes. There's no shame in a brave adventurer asking for help when he's well and truly fucked. Maybe we can find someone willing to offer us their casa as a temporary abode?
Oh, sure, you could do that. Maybe Jake could message Maybe Jake could message Jane. Although, now that you think about it, given how Jane talked about Jake when you were there, it seems cruel to spring something like this on her with so little lead time to prepare herself. You don't want to frustrate her too badly. You quickly backpedaled, telling Jake that Jane seemed too busy when you were there last. Is there anyone else?
Well, Roxy's probably zozzled by now.
Zozzled?
You know, pie-eyed, on a toot, tying one on, deep in the giggle water, 3 sheets to the cold nor'easter.
Oh, wait. She's drunk?
Bingo was his name-mo.
So, this is a common thing, and she's Jake's age? You don't want to make any assumptions, but that sounds, well, concerning. And also, familiar. You remember what feels like a long time now, helping a girl symbolically trash her mother's liquor collection. Of course, alcoholism isn't that rare, but still, starting to feel like there's something strange about all these convergent circumstances. Anyway, is Jake sure his friend is okay?
Oh no, it's nothing like that. Roxy's just a fun and wacky gal, haha. Sure, she dabbles in the devil's drink, but she's always seems to be having such a good time. I wouldn't want to make unfair assumptions about it.
Somehow, this fails to make you feel better.
I guess asking Strider for help is our only option. I just know he's going to be a complete pain in the keister about it. I'll have to butter him up like a morning muffin. Are you good at manners of persuasion?
Yikes. You want to understand where this kid is coming from, but you're reaching your limits here. Is that really all the friendships Jake has? If so, that is bleak. There's clearly some kind of feelings-based train wreck on the horizon for him and Jane. His friend Roxy is obviously having a crisis that Jake pretends not to see. And his friendship with Strider has more red flags than the People's Republic of China. Is this what Jake is willing to put up with just for companionship? He just pretends he doesn't see the huge issues in his friendship to keep the peace? Is this what it looks like when someone is so indiscriminately hungry for affection that they're willing to go along with anything to get it? You've had about enough. You tell Jake you can't stand this anymore. This life that he has, it's not good. Not even close. He lost his family and he's scared to leave his house. His only company in real life is a robot that's programmed to hurt him, and he thinks it was a gift. He seems unwilling to face the glaring flaws in his closest relationships. And all of this might be hard and sad, but it can't be helping Jake to be so deep in denial about it. He can't just cover this all up with the cavalier optimism. There is no way that's the best way for him to live. You understand it must be scary when there seems to be structural flaws in every one of Jake's support pillars, but addressing them is the only way anything can get better, because this hiding out in his room all alone and just pretending he has the support he needs is not sustainable. You don't say this part, but if he keeps going along with what other people want him to be, you're scared for what's going to happen to him as he grows up. That can't lead anywhere good. After you rant, Jake stares at you, aghast. You start to feel bad. Yes, he probably needed to hear those things, but you could have guided him more gently. You're usually an expert at encouraging people slowly toward emotional growth, but this kid really got under your skin. But then Jake's face crumbles.
You're absolutely right.
Oh.
I am lying to myself. I manicure the image of myself as some brave adventurer, but I don't go out to the ruins unless I have to. And I suppose on some level I suspected that things with Jane and Roxy and Dirk were not exactly Jake.
Wait, what?
Oh, it's like a word that means good. It's just plain English. Jake English. Anyway.
Good English, huh?
I guess I didn't realize how serious it was, or how much I was really ignoring. Gee fucking willikers, it's not easy to hear that. All this came out across loud and clear to a complete stranger. That really makes me feel low. But I guess for a truly brave gentleman, the only thing to do is to try to do better from here on out. It's scary, but I do want to be the kind of person who is honest and forthright. A real hero. If I'm not doing that, then I need to figure out how to do that. Holy smokes, you've really opened my eyes, Mr. Mystery friend.
I'll accept it.
You really got a knack for spotting problems. Do you think you could stick around and help me do better?
It's like asking the sun if it minds shining. Helping people confront their buried issues and come out of it changed for the better. Why, that's the very thing you've desperately latched onto to give your life some kind of purpose. But something about this feels off. Was your rant really all it took to turn things around for Jake? Did you really just fix him? It doesn't seem right. Oop, fuck, fat finger. It doesn't seem right. Definitely not good pacing anyway. Jake is looking at you with big green puppy eyes. You have to make a choice.
Oh,
Choose.
what do? No. No. Screw him.
Well, I'm gonna get more drink.
Bar? Damn. Man. Pick, Chad, pick. You gotta pick. Do you want to help Jake, who's kind of ruining my throat, or not? Oh, God. Meanwhile, I'm just scrolling Twitter as we wait. I'm sorry, Chad. I could be just entertaining you guys, but I refuse to. Oh, I guess we're screwing him. Okay, cool. I'll let Lulu know we're fucking the boy as soon as she comes back. And blah 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 blah. Damn. Why did it take Lulu forever? Oh no, the poll kind of disappeared from the chat. Damn. Can I remember what the poll was? That's gonna be hard.
I apologize, there was food waiting for me that I wasn't aware of.
Okay, so we've decided to screw him?
Okay, do not help him.
Yes, do not help.
You were about to say yes. Every part of you is straining to say yes and fulfill your life's purpose. Your real life's purpose. Not like before when you were being mind controlled to pursue friendship on whatever shallow or unsatisfying level was possible. This desire to help, to make your mark in whatever small positive way you can wrangle, is something you've figured out for yourself. It matters. But when you're about to open your mouth, you stall. A deep existential hopelessness washes over you. A kind that you thought you were past by now. You know what? Fuck it. Yes, you care, but honestly, you are exhausted. It's so much work coaxing teens through their personal revelations, with no reward except temporary statement of your abatement of your deep soul-level feelings of narrative irrelevance. You need a break. Why not give yourself a freebie? You tell Jake that you don't think he needs your help. It's enough for right now that he's realized there's a problem. There's no need to swallow down all your personal growth pills at once. Jake looks abjectly relieved.
If I can shoot straight from the hips, that's exactly what I was hoping you'd say. I think I've done enough already, too. This has been a great talk. I feel like there was really firing on all cylinders friendship-wise.
If you were a past version of yourself, that would make you feel really happy. Instead, a sick feeling of guilt is poisoning your guts. You were about to touch on something real there, and you know it was wrong to pull back from it. You're not doing Jake any favors. Still, You gave him a weak smile and offer him the best friend-making tool you know. Is there any faraway friends he's interested in connecting with?
Boy, howdy, what a proposition. Why, I feel like one of those movie characters who's offered a near unlimited powers out of nowhere, like Bruce Almighty, ready to lasso the moon and damn the consequences on those pesky tides. There is someone I've been hankering to meet with for a little tete-a-tete.
Tete-a-tete.
Tete-a-tete. Remember when I regaled you with my tale of my grandma?
Oof. You're not sure you're going to be able to reunite his kid with his dead grandma. That seems like one of those things you won't be allowed to do, despite the supposed limitlessness of your powers. You'd probably be blocked by that weird force, the one that he seems to have a power that supersedes zapping anywhere and at any time, place, or dimension. You don't like to think about that force too hard.
No, my stalwart chum. I've been corresponding in an esoterically fashion with a version of my grandma when she was a young girl. My pen pal buddy...
Epistolary.
Epistolary fashion with a version of my grandma when she was a young girl. My pen pal buddy Jade. I understand if it's asking too much, but I'd love to meet her. She'd always said we'd meet someday in some roundabout, confusing whoozy what's-its fashion, and I was pleased as passel of possums to hear it.
A passel of possums.
But recently she stopped replying, right in the final run-up to the vaunted finish line.
You know, Abigail would love that.
Maybe.
Passel of possums.
But then
That's
again,
great.
she wouldn't be able to like Homestuck. I feel like she wouldn't.
That's unfortunate.
I've been all a Twitter with worry, I don't mind telling you. Do you think we could take a hop, skip, jump over to our lodgings?
What a relief. You actually know Jade. You can take him to Jade right now. Jake smiles a big goofy grin at you. You should feel happy. You tell yourself sternly, this is a good thing to do. He said himself that you're fixing a concern of his. But the yawning malaise inside you only grows. You like to think of yourself as an agent of positive change, but here you are again, nothing but a glorified interdimensional taxi service. Whatever. Who cares? At least he'll be with someone he loves. You grab Jake's hand and take him to his family. You expect the normal non-event of your zappy powers, but instead there's a sick wrenching feeling. A kind of squeezing, like you're not the right shape for whatever or wherever you're going. It steals your breath and then it's gone. Nervously, you open your eyes. What the fuck? Does this have to do with how your powers are changing? Sure, you were distracted and gloomy when you zapped, but you have no idea what just happened. You're not at Jade's house. Wherever you are, it feels deeply wrong. The wrongness jangles through your bones and teeth like vibrations of a jackhammer. You're not supposed to be here. You've got to get out of here. You grab Jake with a grimace and zap more carefully. Ah, there you go. You breathe a sigh of relief, which is sadly cut short as you turn and see Jade shoving the muzzle of a rifle in your face once again. You back up, hands raised. Jade, no, it's just you, your friend. You've already been through enough of these wacky misunderstanding shenanigans with firearms.
I know who it is. I just think you shouldn't be here.
What?
Don't get me wrong, I appreciate everything you've done for me. You have no idea what it meant to be able to meet my friends in person. The last time you came here, things got dangerous, and I started to wonder if you have any idea what the consequences are of what you're doing.
Okay, there's obviously something she needs to get off her chest, and you want to hear it, but can she put the gun down? You both know she's not actually going to shoot you.
Oh, right. I guess the gun was a little bit over the top, but you startled me and I got really mad. Ever since you left last time, I've been thinking about what you did with me and Dave. Even though Beck didn't stop you, I don't think he wanted me to be traveling around like that. I know you're a nice person and you don't mean to do anything bad, but I think it's impossible to have powers like yours without being a little corrupted by them. When you mess around in our lives, that can have serious consequences, but you always leave afterward and you don't live out the consequences with us. It was great to meet my friends, but you know what? I would have met them anyway in the game. I can't help but thinking that it would have been better for things to play out the way that we're supposed to. So I'm sorry, but I just don't want you interfering with my life anymore.
Yeah.
I think it's for the good of everyone if you leave us alone from now on.
It hurts to hear, but how could you argue with that? You tell Jade that you don't want to do anything that makes her uncomfortable. There's just like one little thing that maybe you already did. You gesture to Jake. He's huddled behind you, clearly having second thoughts about this. Maybe it's the gun. But then Jake is pretty comfortable around guns. Probably it's just fear of the mortifying ordeal of being known.
Who the fuck are you?
You watch as he clears his throat and fidgets. His hands twitching at his sides like he's thinking about hanging on to his own guns for comfort.
I'm your grandson?
Jake?
That's me.
Jade bursts into tears. She flings herself forward and throws her arms around Jake.
Okay, I know I did say I didn't want any interference, but this isn't fair. I can't believe you're here.
When they pull apart, Jake's eyes are watery as hell. He's taller than Jade, being a few years older, but from the shy way he looks at her, you can tell he still sees her as the authority figure here. You can suddenly see how much Jake must have admired his grandmother. Fine. You're still in a mood, but this is heartwarming as hell. You intentionally tune out the conversation a little as Jake and Jade gush at each other. It just seems really private. They're family, after all. You don't have any place in this conversation, which only adds to your frustrated feeling of being help blocked. It's great that this is making Jade and Jake so happy, but it really has nothing to do with you at all.
I guess I can't really give you the tour since you grew up in the same place as me. But maybe we could take advantage of this opportunity. You both grew up alone, right? Is there anything you always wanted to do, but you couldn't do it with only one person?
Holy hell, Jade, that's a rip snort of idea. You've got a splendiferous mind up in that noggin of yours.
Splendiferous.
Aww. It's weirding me out how much you sound like my grandpa, but it's making me miss him too. But I'm really happy I get to spend time with you.
Me too. As to your question, there's one thing that comes to the forefront of in the old think tank. You know how it is being a kid alone in your room on a godforsaken island in the middle of bumfuck nowhere? You start to entertain all kinds of fancies.
Of course!
Well, there's this cosplay I've been trying to make work for years. I'm not very good at cosplay, and I haven't had anyone to help me bring my visions to life. Is that the kind of activity you'd be suited for?
OMG, I would love that! What's the character?
Only the best, bravest archaeologist / adventurer of all time, Laura Croft.
Oh, wow. So, you want to be a sexy Tomb Raider? I think I'll have to stop picturing you as my grandpa. But I would love to help with that.
To be frank, Jade, I don't really think of Miss Croft. To be frank, Jade, I don't really think of Miss Croft as sexy. Oh, I know some unmannerly rogues like to comment on the size of a bazoomba, but from where I'm sitting, she is a consummate professional. I just admire her moxie.
Oh, oops. Sorry, I was just making an assumption based on her outfit, I guess. That was really rude of me.
To tell you the truth, I've never seen anything sexy about shorts. I aspire to the freedom Laura's thighs get to experience every day. I think of it's a beautiful dream. A man can wear shorts without wanting everyone to get all randied up about it. You know what I mean?
Of course he can.
But what about you, my juvenile grandma friend? This can't be just a cosplay party for yours truly alone. Isn't there anyone you've been wanting to inhabit the garments of?
Not really, but it would be fun to make a costume for me too. I could be Mr. Coxcomb. He's one of my favorite man-throw chaps.
Jade turns to you, her demeanor towards you considerably softened.
Hey, I'm sorry I was so mad earlier. Honestly, I was scared of what you were doing. It really shook me up to find myself on an alien planet. It felt like we shouldn't be doing it. But I shouldn't have taken it out on you. I know your powers aren't your fault. Do you want to join us? We can make a costume for you too.
Oh, yes, please do. Jade, this specimen right here has been nothing but a posturally fabulous friend to me all along.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Have you? Have you? All you did was tow him along on a little inter-timeline jaunt. You don't feel like you've done Jake much good. Are you even really friends with Jake, or are you just piggybacking off of facilitating his friendship with Jade? It's fine, you guess. Things are going fine, even well, but it feels unsatisfying. No real nutritional value. You don't feel good about what you've done, but you guess you might as well get a cool costume out of it. You tell Jake and Jade you know exactly what you want to dress like. The three of you set to work together.
Marvis, let's go!
Good end, you guess?
You guess.
I guess.
Question mark?
Okay. Guess. We're helping him.
Of course you're going to help. Jake asked, didn't he? You think through your old bag of friendship tricks. Encouraging him to talk to people about his feelings? It'd probably be good, but it's a little complex. He has 3 different relationships with these kids, all with their own set of problems. And you're not convinced that Jake is really up for confrontation yet. Your best bet is probably forging unlikely connections through your powers of teleportation and friend matchmaking. You think proudly of the time you introduced Daria and to Tisius, someone who'd struggle with the questions Daria was facing, but found a more constructive solution. That's what you need. Not someone similar to Jake, but a good foil. Someone who'll be able to call Jake on his avoidance. You need the ultimate pull-no puncher, an expert in tough love. You need Vriska Circuit. You ask Jake if you might take the initiative to introduce him to another one of your friends, someone who has the kind of take-no-bullshit approach that he needs to cultivate, someone who can really help.
Oh, abso-fucking-lutely. Lead on, buckaroo.
You clap your hand matily on his shoulder and zap on over to Vriska. You expect her to be in her hive, but when your field of vision clears, you're at the beach again. You've appeared a diplomatic distance away, not right up in her face. Vriska is walking down the beach, hands in her pockets, occasionally aiming a disaffected kick at a piece of trash. You call out to her and wave her over. Her face splits into a grin at the sight of you. It gives you a warm glow, like you've befriended someone's mean cat who never gets along with visitors. Maybe more like someone's mean mountain lion. Hey there! Hi, Vriska. What is she doing at this beach? Or on this beach? I came here looking for my stupid fish friends. Terezi and I need an explosive device for a thing, and as much as I hate to admit it, Ampora isn't bad at making them. But he's not even here. I can't even find him the one time I ever want to see him ever. Figures. My so-called friends leaving me to do all the work again. It's this kind of self-starter energy that Jake could really learn from. Speaking of, you start to introduce your friends to each other, but when you turn to Jake, he's frozen, his face caught in an expression of shock and wonder. Maybe you should have mentioned your friend was an alien? You keep forgetting to mention things like that. As you look at him, Jake rallies, snapping to such a ramrod posture you half expect him to salute. He opens his mouth to speak, then shuts it. You can talk to her, you prompt. It's okay.
Yeah. Righto. Holy smokes, I'm ruffled as a baby's bonnet to meet you, Miss Vriska. I am poised and trembling on the lip of your pit of knowledge, just ready to fall into the expectant abyss. I'm happy to learn whatever you can teach me. Although I must say, when my pal here intimidated, they had a friend who could help. I didn't expect you to be such a blue and spidery persuasion.
Of course. Why would anyone be anything else when they could be blue and spidery?
Aye, you have a solid point there, my extraterrestrial associate. I hope you'll pardon my candor, but a real gentleman doesn't hide from the truth. You may be the coolest girl I've ever seen in my entire life. Clears throat nervously, hoping he didn't overstep.
Guys, this is damn. It's
It's what?
It's Dominic Bites.
Huh?
It's Dominic Bites.
Oh no. Damn.
Burn. Well, I can't say I'm surprised to hear it. Feel free to keep listing things that are awesome about me. Despite his professed admiration for Vriska, however, Jake isn't listening.
Hang on, wait. Technically, the only other girl I've seen was my grandma, but you know what I mean. It's kind of disrespectful to refer to one's own grandmother as a girl, so I didn't mean her. Gosh, I seem to be rambling. Well, I hope this is a radiant exemplar of the kind of being true to myself I hope to cultivate as a regular habit from here on out. I think you can be very brave. To just keep being yourself, even when things feel awkward. Don't you think so?
No. Sorry. Oh, wow. There are so many things wrong with that. I don't even know where to start.
Oh, doggone it, really? This is why I need your help, Miss Vriska. I didn't see anything wrong with any of that at all. Here I am going around thinking what I'm saying to everyone is tickety-boo, and it turns out it's all been a load of cattywampus fiddle-faddle.
Oh man, this is the nicest present anyone's ever gotten me. She's addressing you now, ignoring Jake's question. A predatory shark smile spans her pointy face. You must have known things were getting bad with Tavros, in a different way than usual, I mean. He just kind of stopped responding in the same way he did before, and not even because of his fakey fraud confidence. He says no good can come of talking to me, or he just says no good can come of talking to me. So you brought me a new nerdy loser. This rules. Well, that wasn't exactly what you expected. Although, now that you think about it, why didn't you expect this? Pretty much anyone could have seen this coming.
Hey,
Except Jake, of course.
I may have my little quirks and quibbles, but that doesn't mean I'm a loser. If you weren't a lady, I dare say the slanderous language would earn you a one-way ticket to Fisticuffs Island. Which, now that I think about it, is more or less an appropriate moniker for my permanent residence. How do you like them, Granny Smith apples?
This is hilarious. I've never met anyone who makes me feel so good about myself. I'm so lucky to be cool.
Excuse me, but I haven't heard hide nor hair of an apology yet, Miss Rude Alien Girl.
At least Jake is standing up for himself, but you get the feeling that this enthusiastic bravado wouldn't hold up if the issue was an interpersonal one with his friends. Either way, Vriska is not backing down. She sizes Jake up, stepping forward to intimidate him. Do you really want to fight? Because I get the feeling you're whatever your planet's equivalent of cull bait is.
I may not know what that means, but I've never once backed down from a scrum, and I'm not about to start now, chum.
Whoa, no. You are not going to let two of your best friends, a category that includes all of your friends, throw down right in front of you. Especially not after Vriska compared Jake to Tavros. Doesn't she remember the consequences of fighting Tavros? Doesn't she want things to go differently here? Wait. What's that supposed to mean? Oh no, you didn't mean any offense. You know Vriska has been through a lot and her past mistakes should be viewed with that context, but you know Vriska didn't mean to hurt Tavros as much as she did. Right? Vriska is no longer having fun. She's turned to you now, her mouth set into a line, fists clenched at her side. You remember how magical it seemed to have earned her friendship, and now how easily Vriska can lash out when she thinks her friends have turned on her. You think you know what went down between me and Tavros? Tavros was almost as pathetic as this guy. I was trying to help him get stronger, but every time I did, he just folded like a loser. He barely even tried to fight back. He was too scared and wimpy. And everyone always gets mad at me for pushing him, but that's what our planet is going to do to him. If he doesn't get stronger, he'll die. Trying to protect him from danger now is just letting that happen later. I would even say I'm the only one who's ever really cared about him. At least I tried to help him shape up. You almost forgot Jake is here, but at this, he makes an indignant noise, and you turn to see that his anger and distress has ratcheted up several notches.
Well, pardon me, Spider Smurfette, but it doesn't sound like you were much of a friend at all.
Oh God! You nudge Jake, trying to let him know that Vriska can be a little scary, and it might not be best to push her on this. But Jake isn't listening.
No matter how much you might think you're doing this fellow a favor, from what you've said, he was really scared and sad. And I'm sorry, but that doesn't make someone stronger. It just makes him scared. Even if you think it's good for him, or even if he said it was what he wanted. Like, maybe when he was talking about having a fighting partner, what he really wanted was companionship due to being alone all the time. And to be totally candid, it's hard to believe you didn't know that. Which means it really is more about what you want than what is best for him. Even though you keep saying it's what's best for him, which makes it really hard to argue. Anyway, if you ask me, you're a rotten friend, and I don't think I want to be one of mine after all.
Before Vriska can respond, and almost inevitably make things worse, you cut her off. Enough is enough. You tell her you're sorry for making assumptions. You know that she was doing the best she could with the raw deal she was given in this culture. You offer her a quick thank you for this hellish social interaction and ask for some time alone with your incipient friend here. Vriska still looks annoyed, but there's a moment where you're scared she won't let it. And there's a moment where you're scared she won't let it go. But she does, stepping back and rearranging her facial expression to apathy. You guess pushing it would mean admitting she cares about your opinion of her. Whatever. Talk to you later, nerds. After she leaves, you put a comforting hand on Jake's shoulder. That got pretty raw, huh? Kind of seemed like in the end there, he wasn't talking about Vriska at all. There was just someone else who wanted to, there was someone else he wanted to say all that stuff to?
Huh? No, this had nothing to do with me. It was about some weird alien situation.
You gently suggest that this might be one of those situations where the two of you were talking about, or where the situations the two of you were talking about earlier, where Jake is suppressing the truth because it's inconvenient to acknowledge. Doesn't it bear some slight resemblance to a situation in his own friend group? Jake averts his eyes, clearly uncomfortable.
No way all my friends are best in show. And even if you're implying was true, what you're implying is true, it's different when it's your friends. A man can't get by without his bros, so sometimes he has to make allowances. Let's say eccentricities are just what you have to put up with when best friends are involved.
No, they're not. You're allowed to hold your friends accountable. This is weapons-grade interpersonal truth you're spouting, but Jake doesn't look enlightened. Instead, he's growing red in the face with indignance.
What would you know about it anyway? Not to be rude, but it's a very personal situation between a fellow and his buddies. I don't think I appreciate what you're implying.
You don't want to get frustrated, but Jake did ask for your help. The two of you came here because you were going to face up to the hard truths about Jake's life. Doesn't Jake want to do that?
Well, of course I do. I'm ready to take a hard look at the old rum peeper, and don't you doubt it. It's just that when it comes to my friends, I didn't think you were saying any of them were bad. I thought you were encouraging me to take things in a more forthright direction because, well... Tugs at collar nervously. Because of their feelings towards me? Gosh, this sounds stupid when I say it like that. I hope you know I'm not some kind of pompous braggadocio. Braggadocio?
Braggadocio.
Braggadocio. Making myself out to be some slick Casanova type. I'm probably just making it up. I'm the kind of guy who gets confused easily, especially with the number of concussions I've sustained over the years. A real beef-witted bozo, that's me. But more than once I've gotten an inkling that some of my friends might have given me the old eagle eye, firing up courting maneuvers, if you get my drift. So when you said things weren't right between me and my friends, that's sort of where I thought the personal change train was heading. Impression only further bolstered by when you proceeded to introduce me to your blue arachnid-themed friend. I figured you remember my sapphire sirens from my room? You know, Neytiri and all that. It was such a sweet gesture, although, just so you're aware, she's a little too young for me to take that kind of interest. I appreciate the thought, just some constructive criticism for next time.
Now you're tempted yourself to say aloud some kind of goofy RP action indicating your embarrassment. You don't, though, because it sounds stupid when Jake does that. Jeez, this is a mess. This is kind of, this kid has issues on issues. When you think you've put your finger on one, it slides away to reveal 3 more. You're playing personal growth whack-a-mole over here, but you gamely draw yourself up and plunge forward, determined. Okay, you tell Jake. So that's what he thought you were going to talk about. So if that's what he thought you were going to talk about, let's talk about it. How does it make him feel, thinking his friends are all attracted to him? What does he plan to do about it?
Oh, you know, I think all the malarkey will work itself out over time. I figure I'll wait until someone brings it up and then just go along with what they think we should do.
Really? That's his strategy? It seems remarkably lackadaisical, and it gives you that sinking feeling again about what's in store for future Jake. Does he actually return any of those feelings?
Sure I do. My friends are the cat's pajamas. I don't mind saying I really love them.
Right, of course. But is there any of them he feels differently about? What would he say if, for example, Jane asked him out?
I'd say yes, of course. How could I say no to a top Sheba like Jane? She's smart as a whip with a mug to match.
Alright, and what about Roxy?
A fellow would have to be daft as a doorknob to turn down Roxy. She's a genius tech hacker spy, like in all my favorite movies.
And Strider?
Are you kidding? Strider's my best bro in the world, and a mighty strapping gent if we're getting into it. I can't think of any reason to say no to a proposition like that for my best buddy.
The way Jake conceives of things is just far enough off from your own viewpoint, you can't help feeling like it's passing by each other without really connecting. For example, he doesn't have to have a reason to say no to a friend asking him out. It comes down to his feelings. Does he really have strong feelings for any of these people? Like, stronger feelings than he has for Neytiri?
Whoa, hey now, that's not really fair. Neytiri is the perfect woman.
No, you insist. It is fair. If someone has feelings for him, he should not be with them unless he has stronger feelings for that real flesh and blood person than he does for a poster of Neytiri. It's important.
Well, if you put it that way, I don't know if I've ever had feelings like that. I don't even know if I'm capable of those kinds of feelings.
If that's the case, then he needs to be prepared to tell his friends that. It's not like he has to have these conversations now, but someday. The feelings his friends have need to be addressed, and he needs to be ready to turn them down. He needs to make these decisions. He can't just wait for things to resolve on their own and deal with the consequences later.
Huh. Wow.
He doesn't sound nearly as excited about personal growth as he did before. He just sounds dejected.
I must say, you've given me a lot to think about.
That's a good thing, you remind him. He's learning important things.
Well, sorry, but a lot of people tell me it's important for me to learn various things. And for sure, sometimes they're right. I've never assumed the image of a chap who knows everything. But you've also been telling me I can stand up for myself sometimes. Make my own decisions about what's right instead of letting other people tell me how to live. And I just don't think I agree with you on this.
He sneaks a guilty look at you from under his sad, bowed head.
What I mean is, I like making my pals happy. Even if I'm not always sure about if I want... even if I'm not always sure about if I want the things they want, and I can't imagine the consequences could really be that bad. I think I think that in the matters of the heart, I'm fine just going with the flow. No offense, but the way you're advocating I go about it seems hard and sad. I don't want to hurt people. I really think it's best if I just sit back and see how things work out. And if someone asks me to do something, I might as well try it. That's just kind of the adventure boy I am.
You want to reject Jake's choices, but you can't help the exasperation rising up in you. Sure, he can decide how he wants to conduct his friendships, but the approach he's going about it is really unhealthy. If he wants to do right by his friends, he has to be honest with them and with himself. Otherwise, it's not fair to anyone.
I see what you're saying, but if you want my 100% bona fide opinion, I don't think I can do that. I guess we had different ideas about what we were getting into with this.
He can do it, though. All he has to do is try. Jake is shaking his head.
I'm sorry, I know you were really trying to help. I'm sure you're an excellent compadre, just like Spider-Girl said, but this isn't working for me. Maybe you should just take me home now. I can figure out some way to deal with the robot.
He is still well below the average Jake level of energy. You can see that you really affected him, but you're far from confident that your intervention is going to make any difference in the long run. Despite his seeming earnestness, you guess Jake wasn't as ready for change as he thought he was. Wait a fucking second, is this a bad end? Horrible powerlessness threatens to overwhelm you. All at once, it makes you furious. This isn't fair. Jake gave you a choice between two options. You chose to help him face his problems. You know that was the right choice.
No.
You didn't do anything wrong. You were kind and patient. You talked to him sincerely and pushed him in the right direction. You deserve a good end. You deserve to save him. But you can tell Jake is emotionally closing up. You're willing to bet the conversation the two of you just had was among the most candid of his life, and he isn't ready for another. You want so badly to help him. You know exactly the changes he needs to make, but you can't make those changes for him. He needs to do it himself. And he's just not ready. Maybe he'll never be. You hate this. You hate Jake. You hate yourself. Making people's lives better is the one thing that's given your piecemeal existence any meaning, and he's taking this away from you. His stupid inability to face his issues is ruining your life. You linger as long as you can, but eventually you have to do it. You gotta take the L.
Jake, he's not, Jadasi, he's not asexual. He's just, because he likes his funny blue women.
His sexuality is yes.
Yes, he will do anything, but he's not doing it for the right reasons.
All right. I think Susie's Roxy, and do you want to narrate?
Yeah, I can narrate. You spend a good few days fucking around with your newest friends. They seem to be on their respective paths towards something. You're not exactly sure if self-actualization is part of it, but you're trying not to be too bent up about it. This Earth's friend group seems to have a lot of interpersonal complexity. To be fair, you do only really know half of the friendship quadrangle. It's probably past time to meet the other two corners of it. See what's all the fuss is about. Get their sides of all this drama before you leap to any more judgments. You thought a lot about what you said to Jake and what you wanted to say but didn't. You shame at the thought that you might be erring passively on the side of friendship sloshes you uncomfortably in your belly against the fear that you might be choosing too much, wanting too much, changing too much. Because you've thought a lot about what Jade said to you too. That's probably why you bothered to give Roxy's address from Jane. You can't exactly stop making new friends because you aren't ready to think about what your purpose would be without that. But maybe you could do it the old-fashioned way, this time. Showing up on someone's doorstep via the accepted human method of following directions to the domicile-specific government-assigned number seems like it might be better to start than, just zapping directly to them when they're taking a shit or something. Which is definitely a hypothetical situation and not at all something that happened to you recently. Anyway, you came up with a plan and everything. You're not a real mailman, that you know of, but you've grown to appreciate and respect the profession, so you don't mind LARPing it once in a while. Or once more. You wonder briefly if there might be any other guises under which people might go up into another person's house and knock on their door. But almost none of your friends would leave their fucking room, so you're sure wouldn't know. You step down the street from her house and walk up to the long, scary driveway through the trees, over a bridge and up to her door. Okay, so not exactly a normal human method. What? Were you supposed to stroll all the way to New York from Jane's place? She offered you bus money, but then you remembered her fortune is tainted. She facilitated between giving you every single one of her dollars and burning it all in a symbolic bonfire until the two of you landed on moving it to a new, hopefully untraceable, bank account. You're really not sure how deep the Batter Witch's surveillance goes, but Jane seems satisfied, at least. So you're going through a lot. You know how it is, having to endure huge life-upending bouts of information being tossed at you more or less weekly yourself. So yeah, you skip a step in your male personally sojourn, but you made it to Roxy's house in a respectable manner, which is the whole point. You're going to make the fuck out of a good impression. You knock and wait. The person who comes to the door is not Roxy. At least she doesn't look like the photo of Roxy Jane showed you. Oh fuck. Unless Roxy's a catfish? You didn't expect this.
Oh, it's you. This could be interesting.
You blink. It is you. She got that part right. Do you know her? You scour her features. She does have a familiar, like a friend she does seem familiar, like a friend you almost had, or did have, very long ago, or moderately long ago, depending on the perspective you're looking at time from. You wonder, have the two of you met before?
No, we have not. Nor was I expecting the pleasure.
Ah, shit. You thought you were on to something for once. You wonder how many more levels of memory are buried twisted under a blown synapse in your burnout brain. You have to move forward and give up chasing down whatever buck-wild theory you were inching towards there. There are real mysteries afoot with this stranger. This feels like this feels like a decisive moment if there ever was one.
Catch the catfish in a river of lies.
What do? Okay.
Oh no.
Okay. Do we press fucking totally sexy Rose or not? And as I do that, I'll just go through here and check my other shit just to make sure that nothing has been happening. And let me look at my Twitter. Oh, those are naked ladies. That's breakfast. Hold on. No, we can't. I can't show naked ladies on Twitch. Wait, what's what do? Catfish, first option. Try to catch her in a lie. Lolo.
Yeah?
Cat, first option.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, that's what that is.
Catfish?
Yeah, catfish. It said catfish, so therefore catfish. You know how this shit goes. It's time to sit down, just the two of you, and to talk through some hard truths before asking Jane if they want to meet for a tense but hopeful cathartic confrontation, which you'll have to film, of course. Shit, okay, it's go time. You take a deep breath and call her out like the slick sleuth you are. You know she's been pretending to be friends with Jane online.
Oh, this is far cuter than I expected. Both the situation and your little self, I mean. I have in no way been doing that. It is more refreshing than I would have thought, though, to be reminded that there are dramas with stakes like these out there. In the midst of all of this.
Her eyebrows pull together as her gaze goes right through you. You turn around, but there's nothing out there.
While some of my moves, both personal and political, have brought my path across her family, I haven't interfered directly with Jane's life, and I don't intend to start. Can you say the same, friend? Is there a way you justify the strings you're pulling? I won't stop you, of course. I have my own matters to attend to. This is only food for thought, and I can see you are intellectually underfed. It just might be worth your while to contemplate the repercussions of the paths you're on. Did you have any further questions, or did you come all this way just for that?
You really aren't sure. Man, it seems like all you do is contemplate your path. You feel all turned around inside. Talking to whoever this is makes you feel like you've stayed up too late, staring at the moon, and get all fucked up about existence. Do you feel too stupid to think anymore? But like, in a good way. You stare blankly at her while you try to remember your purpose.
I will go ahead and take that as a no. Good luck, friend.
She shuts the door and you turn, bewildered, back towards the long driveway. Well, okay then. You sure met someone. It definitely wasn't Roxy, and you don't think whatever just happened counts as a friendship, so you guess this one's a loss. Was it because you cheated at traveling like a regular person, friendless and rudderless, you start the long, pointless walk of penance to somewhere? I don't know, maybe you should go back and try the opposite. Gotta be another answer here. Oh wait, you're an idiot! This is an adult! You've been spending too much time with marginally unsupervised aliens and a lonely maroon boy recently that you forgot Roxy probably lives with her parents. And it's a 50-50 on the possibility of a stuffed grandma Rose somewhere in there. If the pattern holds, it's feasible she could have told her mom about you. You play it safe. Instead of accusing anyone online of identity crime, you ask if Roxy is home. She stares at you for a moment, her lips slightly parted. You get the feeling she is not often caught off guard, and you wonder what it is you've done wrong now.
Do you ever think you have lived through every feasible or every possible iteration of an emotion, and then one day, a manifestation of narrative agency shows up at your doorstep to remind you that there is yet another way to experience the acute feeling of a particular loss?
You do what you do best, then stare blankly at her, trying to figure out what in the fuck that might mean.
Oh, is that not a universal one? Well then, I can clarify. It is a roundabout way of saying no, she is not home, nor will she be for quite a while. I would offer to take a message for you, but with your bag of tricks, I think you can manage the wait.
She winks at you conspiratorially, and you've never felt less like you were in on a plan with somebody.
This has been fun, but I'm not the one you want. I'll go ahead and make myself scarce so things can start moving along. Unfortunately for me, my path is not as flexible as yours or hers. You've wasted considerable time here as it is, and I have my own preparations to contend with. Scoot along before you touch something you shouldn't.
She shuts the door and you stand blank and useless on the doorstep. Maybe this isn't the right house and the lady was just having a good time fucking with you. Jane had said she hadn't used Roxy's address in forever, since Roxy didn't even really seem to receive things she sent through the mail. And whoever this was didn't really give you any solid evidence that she knew what you were talking about. You take a minute to consider the cryptic shit the woman who is very probably not Roxy's mom just told you. You feel a level 1 bug fuck moment, taking a side quest from an enigmatic wizard so far beyond enigmatic wizard so far beyond that you feel like you should have spent way more time grinding first. It feels like what she was going for. Anyway, whatever she said, it was something like, you can manage the wait. Maybe this one's an issue of time, not space. It always seems to be one of those two bastards, huh? Well, luckily for you, you have power over both. Might as well follow the only lead you have. You perch on the bridge over the river running in front of the house and fast forward, holding Roxy's name in front of your mind. Years swirl by you in a visual cacophony. Buildings rise up around you, lights flash, red and hot. There is a rush of busy energy, the ebb and flow of a colonial tide, and then a stillness. Right when you start to wonder if you've missed her, you feel it. You waited till it feels right. And then you stop. Holy shit, that was a while. You traveled forward in time from John's era to meet Jane, you guess, so you suppose it isn't the most unfathomable to have to do it again, but wow. The trees that surrounded you just a minute ago are gone, replaced by a sea of crumbling buildings and a low skittering sound, like pressing your ear to an ant colony. The vibes out here are real bad. You hurry up and knock. The door opens slowly. Oh, I see why. Roxy! For sure it's Roxy this time. Peeks her head out, spots you, and then squints at the empty street behind you. Seeing no threat, she bumps the door open with her elbow and drops a huge pumpkin in your arms.
Why does she look like that?
She stumbles a bit over the door jamb as she does it, and you almost don't catch the pumpkin in favor of reaching for her. But she steadies herself at the last moment and leans against the frame, unfazed.
Here you go, little buddy. Appreciate you knocking. It's a lot more polite than the usual breaking and entering you guys do, so I picked up a nice, juicy one for you. Don't go telling everyone to... Don't tell everyone to try this shit for sure. I'm dying. I don't even know why. Don't go telling everyone to try this shit, though, or else I'll never get sleep again in my life. I'll just be running produce to my door 24/7. Unloading snacks to every chest guy in existence without rest. Not but your eating noises for company.
This is not at all how you thought this would go, but you honestly should have known better than to do anything with your expectations but throw them in the trash can. So you roll with it and thank her for the pumpkin, calling her by name for max politeness. You can't see much over her and the flagrantly large gourd you're still struggling to keep hold of, but you feel her go still. Did she stop breathing? You crane your neck to peek over the curve of the pumpkin and fuck. Again with those expectations. You did not anticipate pure terror to be the emotion constructed on her face, but there it is.
What shit did you just say to me?
You said thank you, Roxy? You open your mouth again to introduce yourself as the friend of Jane mentioned, but all your words shrivel up in your horrible mouth, because Roxy has flattened herself against the door frame, her head tucked down like you're blinding her.
What? You're not a... Said my name.
She slinks down to the floor and kind of rolls back inside, shutting the door behind her. You hear nothing then a deep heaving sob. What the fuck just happened? You knock politely just once.
Hold on a minute, I gotta do something. Don't go anywhere!
You hear nothing but footsteps trailing away into silence. It could be a time to head out, but she told you to wait, so you do. You are nothing if not committed. About 20 minutes in, the long, skittering hum in the background fortifies itself into a more present rumble. From around the corners and out of the dilapidated doors comes a source, the pattering of feet, a low, unintelligible whisper, and the clicking of joints. It's people, and they look like you. Well, almost. It's more that you look like if a child drew them. They're simple frames made simpler with softer edges. Your skin is actually skin, right? They chitter around you and you squish your arm meats to make sure. Yeah, you aren't chitinous. Or chitinous. Woo! Wait, or is that bad? You are trying to process whether you've relieved the half bodily makeup you thought you did, or if you're sad in that space of time you thought you might have finally found your kin was so fleeting. You don't get the chance to sort through it fully because the new guys are surrounding you, and they look hungry. It might well be you or the pumpkin here, so you hold it out to them and hope for the best. They take it, and chittering at what seems to be their things, shrink back into the night. You check them off your mental list of predators and sit for a beat. It feels like you're waiting for more than Roxy's return, like this is a moment of choice. Jesus fuck, you went through all that effort to try things a new way. And what did it get you? Nothing. You've never had a spectacular failure to connect upon first meeting someone. What are you supposed to do now? You wait, but the familiar push against the ribcage to decide something doesn't come. What is this drive to make you choose anyway? What if you just wanted to sit on your ass and do nothing, huh? What if you're tired of choosing when every choice you make takes you further away from takes you further from anything good? And who knows, maybe you're supposed to do nothing. Maybe that's what your plan was all along, huh, tough guy? You don't know who that little jab was aimed at, but you know you want nothing more in this moment to perpetually slap the reins of choice off your shoulders. If only there was the reins to slap. God, impotent rage is the worst. After a minute of continued seething of nothing, you feel it. Oh my god, why the fuck is there 3? I guess we're doing 3 polls. What? 2. Just men. Just guys. Nepeta. Smash the window. 3 whole choices, 1 whole minute pick. You want to go see what those chess guys are doing? Want to go hang out with Nepeta? Or do you want to just smash the window? Smashing the window seems like it would be progress. Dude. But yeah, I think my main problem right now with how Roxy looks is her hair. I always thought that her hair would be kind of straighter. Like angular, straight. Like, I don't know, futuristic straight.
Maybe more like hold on.
No.
Somebody did an attempt to fix. I mean, there's a few of those, but maybe like this.
Yeah, that would look better. I mean, I would have to show it in here. Hold on. I mean, motherfuckers all picked 1 each, so like, you guys are assholes. Fuck you.
Jadisky bought all 3.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? Wait, did I? Hold on.
Voted for 1.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to pull up the desktop for game.
It was all 1 person.
Yep. Motherfucker. There, like this. See, that hair makes more sense. That is legitimately my issue. I feel like her hair needs to be a little bit straighter, like the 1950s house mom that she kind of has it styled as. Anyway, since it's now my choice, you motherfuckers, fuck it, we're gonna hang out with Nepeta.
Give up and see if Nepeta wants to hang
Nice
out.
try, can't tip me with fun friend this time, fucker. Oh my fucking Christ. Okay, then chess guys. Fuck you, chess guy. More than you know, Chungus. Dora, fine. Fine. Don't tell me what to do, you're not my mom. Blinking, you feel the desire to act ebb away. It's replaced by tingling giddiness at the victory of your, what, inertia? You'll be kind to yourself and call it fortitude and resolution instead. You're gonna see this shit through. You do know what you promise, and wait. Eventually curl up on the welcome mat and pass out like a stray kitty. At some point in the night, you open your eyes for one bleary moment as the chest guy lays on a blanket over you. The creak of the door next to your ear jolts you awake. Towering above you in the sharp, bright rays of the morning sun is Roxy.
Oh shit, you are real! I came out here so I could prove to past tipsy me that it was just a daymare or some shit, but now you're here and I am. So let's dig right in. Did you or did you not say human English words, including my name, to me last night?
You did do that.
Well, time to reckon with this hike then, I guess. I might still be a little buzzed, so I'm just gonna see how this plays out. Stick with me.
She beckons you inside and you scramble to your feet and follow her. All this waiting paid off, didn't it? You emanate smugness in every direction as you walk, just in case there are any entities or narrative concepts around that have the capacity for feeling slighted by such a thing. You trail behind her into the living room and explaining how you knew her name via her friends.
Ah, okay, that makes more sense. Lamau. That'd make you the one who convinced Jane of the stuff about her reality that I've been trying to get to her to see for quite some fucking time. The benefits of being able to be there to show her in person, I guess.
She stands next to the couch, her shoulders bunched up, popping her fingers. She isn't looking at you.
She told me you could time travel, but she failed to mention the part about how you're some kind of alien. Sorry to offend. But if I'm being real, it's not like our communication style is full and truly without gaps on a normal day. So this checks out.
She scrunches up her face and groans.
Ugh. I'm so sorry. I'm being a jelly-belly Deborah downer. Lamau, what in the fuck is wrong with me? Here you are. A friend in the flesh. And I'm just over here whining away about my other friends whom I love very much. This is just a lot, Lamau. I've daydreamed about all the potential friend meeting scenarios that I thought might ever happen. With any combobs of my 4 whole friends whisking me off on a friend sojourn. I just didn't consider a new one might show up on my door disguised as one of my little neighbors, so...
Yeah, you're super sorry for how last night went down. And for what it's worth, you made friends with a lot of people. And all the friend-making skills you've learned in your travels didn't save you from fucking this one up. So there's no one foolproof way to do it, you figure. Yeah, you would know. You're a proven fool.
Lamau, that is good to hear. Still, I'm sorry about ditching you right off the bat. I'm gonna find a small sip of courage which turned into a swig of courage. And that became a whole ass bottle of courage, which, as you know, can happen. So I did not so much come back outside to confront my harsh realities. Namely you. As I did confront the very real soft titties of my pillow on the floor next to my bed. Anyways, it's just that I've never heard my name come out of someone's mouth right next to me in real life before.
You don't comment on the booze thing. Y'all just met and you don't want to come off as too preachy just yet. You try another angle instead. You could always try the meeting thing again.
Like acting it out?
Oh, Oh, yeah, sure. Of course, you didn't mean literally go back and redoing it. This is a salvageable situation, and you don't want to waste a redo if you don't have to.
Well, what?
What you mean is you rarely get shit right the first try anyway. Might as well give each other a clean slate. You hold up your fist and knock on the air in front of you. You hope she thinks this is cool and not lame, since you just kind of leapt into it, and to avoid thinking too much about your false starts. All your first. False start. You don't have to worry for long, because she smiles, and it's brilliant. The shivering tension in her body shifts from anxious to excited as she hops a bit, getting into the moment. She breathes in, smoothing her shirt, and then puts a hand to her ear.
Oh? Is that a knocking on my door? Whomsoever could that be?
She bends dramatically in welcome, as she opens the invisible door, and claps her hands together as she focuses her bright gaze on you.
Oh. My. Fucking. G. Welcome to my abode, stranger! Soon to be more than a stranger, winky face, winky face. Get on in here and let's get to frienditude.
That might be coming on a little strong for a typical company, but luckily you are friend thirsty as they come, even without old goofball nuts forcing you to be. You introduce yourself and step over the pretend threshold, hand extended. Roxy takes it and pulls you into a fast, tight hug. You wrap your noodly arms around her and return it as tight as you can. At first, you tell that she needs it. After all, you can feel her trembling back, her breath, unsteady breath. A minute passes and you realize your hands are shaking too. When was the last time you just held someone? Just let yourself be you. The moment is quiet. Just let yourself be held. The moment is quiet. You know it's an awkward pose, the two of you standing, draped over each other in the middle of her house, and you realize belatedly that lying on the floor, there's a window like the one you just fell right through before you. Jesus, how did you get out of Dark Scratch's apartment? Now it's not the time to think about that, but it's good. Calm.
Looking at it closer does not help.
Looking at his yeah. You could keep going, honestly, but she steps back and tucks a puff of hair back into place, clearing her throat. She is still looking away from you, but she's grinning.
Yeah. That was much better. Couple of friendships starting pros, am I right?
They'll write guides to friendship about the two of you, you say. She sits down on the couch and gestures for you to join her. So you do. Now that you're settled, what she said right before you did your little skit hits your brain right in the face. Has she really never had anyone else around to speak to? Like, never?
Never have I ever.
What about the chess guys she called them? The ones she mistook you for?
Oh, we can communicate for show. For show?
Wow. Wow.
Wow.
She's
this is
never said
bad.
that. She's never said that.
I'm never saying it again. I refuse. But not with words, really. I don't mean anything bad about them by it. They really are sweet when they aren't sneaking into my home. Plus, I don't blame them for their ways.
Like, I wonder if the sprite influenced that writing.
It's bad writing. On account of them being brought in by the Batter Witch and summarily forgotten. But I don't know, we're not really on the same wavelength. So it just kind of fucked me up when I thought one of them was looking at me in my eyeballs and saying my name like it was. Like I was. Lol. Woo! Sorry, I'm still mega new to this.
Her eyelids flutter closed as she shivers. Man, you thought Jake had it rough, but at least he had his grandma for a bit before she died. You wonder to yourself why she doesn't seem to have someone like that. You're about to do some mental math and see if you can work some connections out, but she gathers herself and interrupts you before you can do anything too smart.
And to be clear, I can just see the diff between you guys now. Though you don't not look like one of them, to be honest. It's just that you have this quality of, like, personhood to you.
You have this.
You have this quality of personhood to you.
Yeah, there you go.
Anyway, the point is the resemblance is certifiable. But you're like the Velveteen chess guy.
Hello, Avalon. The what? Just because you're soft?
Well, yeah, that too. But no, the Velveteen Rabbit. It's one of the few books my mom left me that wasn't super dense and cerebral wizard fiction. Wizard. So I read a lot before I got grown enough to really appreciate the complexities of cerebral wizard genre. Yeah, I like wizard actually.
No, you don't know that one. But you're constantly searching for meaning in your fucking life, so you will definitely check it out if there's someone like you in it. And she mentioned her mom. She's not around then, is she?
Nah. That bitch killed her a long time ago. Before I ever got here. Back when society was on collapse and everything. But she knew the end was coming, so she left me with a pretty well stocked with snacks and reading material and booze to last a lifetime. Though I have put a considerable dent in that last category, so we'll see if her planning skills are truly up to par when all's said and drunk. I thought maybe I was gonna get to meet her and all my other friends in this big IRL multiplayer game I was gonna kick ass at, but now I know. I guess I'm not playing anymore.
Hello, Noon Tasty. Shit! You jump up as you put two and two together. You went to the past before, or, well, you came from the past, from Jane and Jake's time, which Roxy already knows, but spatially, you were here in this house then in that time. There was a woman who lived here then. You thought she was Roxy's mom at first, but maybe you convinced yourself she wasn't, since a few hundred years happened between her and now. You don't know. A lot what's going on.
Oh my fucking god, you what? Was she beautiful? Hold on, let me show you.
Roxy roots around the bookshelf for something, and your brain starts expanding at a rapid rate. Concepts that should have been hovering on the periphery of your mind suddenly converge. You already knew that Jane and Jake's deceased grandparents were your friends from the past, but you hadn't considered this, since you didn't know Roxy lived in the future then. Of course, all this shit's connected. Of course that would make...
Did she look like this?
She hands you a book, cover open to show the author's photo. There she is, younger than she was when you saw her last night, but older than she was when you first met. You can't help saying her name out aloud. Rose.
Oh my god!
Why did grown-up her say she never met you before, though? Is she not the same person? Fuck, the earlier math you were doing, this way was bigger than 2 plus 2. This is some serious mental calculus. You wiggle all your brain worms at once, and then it hits you. The way it felt different than normal when you hopped from Jake's house to whatever that one place was. How it happened when you brought Jake home again, too. Like your guts dissolved sideways, and how they rearranged slower than once you landed. Had it happened when you first landed in Jane's yard, too? You were probably too turned around to even notice then. You know Roxy's super hyped right now, but you tell her you gotta check something. Do some science. You'll be right back. You zap backward again.
What did I tell you about coming back here? Get your grubby time fingers out of my pie before you get caught.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. Have a good day, ma'am. Okay, she's mad, which you expected. It's also felt like everyday wiggling belly time jump, which you've also expected. You pop out of there, this time concentrating on your friend Rose, just a day after you last hung out. You should feel yourself zoom further backwards towards her, right? Off you go, and wrong, it's that feeling again. That sideways dissolvement and reconstruction of your crudely rendered bowels.
Oh, it's you. Long time no see. For you, I assume.
Funny thing about that is, no, actually, but you'll have to explain later. You apologize for paying her such a short visit and head back to Roxy. The feeling accompanies you yet again. You pop into Roxy's living room, a fraction of a second after you left. Those brainworms are wriggling at top speeds.
Damn, B, I know. Damn, I know you don't know this about me, but I love science projects. I got a whole lab and everything. I'm hex of qualified. Want to take me with you?
Oh, sorry, you already went.
Fuck, there I go, blinking and missing all the good shit. For the best, to be honest, or else I'd have sat here. I'd have sat here. Blah, 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 blah. What is wrong with me? My mouth is bad. Turning into Porky Pig. Fuck. For the best here, to be honest, or else I'd have sat here worrying that you'd never come back. Ben crisis started for the moment. High five. What science fact did you learn? Was it about my mom?
You take a deep breath. You're kind of laying down the knowledge tracks a second before your brain carts rolls down them, so you're hoping this would make sense as you piece it together word by word. You think this is a different universe?
Yo, what?
You've met the Roman Roxy thinks of as mom, but you also have a friend named Rose from a while ago. She's friends with Jake's grandma and Jane's grandpa, and you're probably sure she's even read you some of the same fucking book at one point. But they can't be the same exact people, even if they all look the same. Things feel different out there than they do here. Like looking in an inside-out mirror with every cell of your body. Those definitely exist, don't worry.
Hell's to the yeah. I'm following you. Would love to gaze inside one of those mirrors and flip my shit some way. I'd be a liar if I said I never thought about that as a general concept. But that's besides the point. More importantly, what you're saying is that I have double the moms I thought I had yesterday. And you're also saying you can, like, go visit any and all moms whenever you want? Just going on mom visiting Bender? No rules, just moms? And I can come along?
Well, no. There's a couple of rules, but other than that, yeah. Damn, he thought she might take more convincing.
Look around at all my gear and cat clones and general living situation, bud. All I'm saying is that none of that is particularly hard to believe. And after all the grief I've endured trying to get Janie to believe me, it'd be pretty fucking stupid, not to mention rude as heck of me not to believe you now. You're my friend.
Ooh, that's a release. You grasp on that shit as Tinia's, your grasp on this shit is Tinia's best, so it's good she's so easy to win over.
It is one of my best qualities. Or at least one of my biggest ones.
Oh, though before she gets too excited, one of the rules does seem to be that her mom in this universe doesn't want to be visited, though. That's kind of a big one.
Oh, I see. Well, did she say why? I mean, if y'all already hung out, then what's so bad about one more chill sash? Unless, I don't know, it's okay for you, but
You can see her you can see her start to blame herself, so you cut her off. It's definitely not that she didn't seem interested, or like she couldn't. She shooed you away every time she tried to say hi, like she was afraid you'd fuck shit up, which, to be fair, you do regularly. She says she was preparing for something. Look around. Or someone?
yeah, okay. Makes sense. It's funny, actually. No, I'm joking. Your leg, it sucks. But like situationally, it's funny because that game I mentioned that Janie's off destroying. A week ago, I wasn't even sure if I wanted to play. I was pretty ready to go to desperate measures to not play it at all, if I'm being totes honest. BTH. But then when Jane said she met you and all was hell bent on doing some righteous smiting up to the whole company, I don't know. It kind of hit me that I did want to play, but it kind of hit me that I did want to play after all. Like, I thought maybe I'd meet my mom in game and I'd finally be able to talk to this lady I built my whole ass life sense of self around. Get to see how she's all in real actual life and figure out how bad I fucked it up with my version of it. Well, anyway, we aren't playing, so it doesn't matter. I've been trying to be a good friend and lend my hacker skills to Jane's cause. But it hurt, and I don't know how to tell her. And then you showed up and my option shifted to like 75 more times. I barely got time to come to terms with it being okay to want something before it gets swiped away from me, Lamau.
Shit, you really didn't mean to mess with her expectations. You should have kept your mouth shut till you figured out what this all meant. She smiles at you, and you don't have to have known for her for long to tell you that it's forced. Ah, shit. You can fix this. Okay. Oh, wow. We're actually getting a real poll this time. A real choice.
Ooh.
What do?
Oh,
Real mom?
I like the second picture you sent. But like the first one's also really good.
I need to be right back.
R.I.P. Lulu.
See, the first one's more in line to what she will look like in Homestuck. The second one does take what she currently looks like right this second. Like, she has the scarf, and I actually like the scarf. So, like... I don't know. It's like I like the first one more because it lines up with the mental image of, like, what Roxy looks like in Homestuck. Quit making us do your choice work, and it's so hard to choose. No, it's not. You just pick one. You know, since technically the next one, it is Lulu's first time through, and we don't know what's in there, maybe we should have her choose for the finale. Real mom.
Up to you.
Just gotta wait for Lulu to come back here. Did I make a... Oh, wait, hold on. Somebody's stopping. So I guess we're waiting for Lulu. Take a piss. Do whatever she said she was doing. Boom, 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 boom. Mm-hmm. Are you back, Lulu? No? Yes? Yes? No? Fuck. Man, do I need to be talking about RimWorld again? Let's see. Let me think. Let me think. Let me think. Oh wait, I've already experienced everything I was talked about RimWorld because it led to me saying that I had dementia. Fucking goddamn it, fucking piece of shit. Ah. do 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 do.
I apologize.
All right.
Which one was it?
It is Real Moms. So this universe is Rose.
Ah, okay.
Hey, who knows? Maybe her mom wouldn't mind another visit if you brought Roxy along. Like, maybe she was just annoyed when it was your bothersome self. She was definitely a little sad when she talked about Roxy living so far away. Temporarily speaking. Temporarily speaking.
No, temporally.
Yeah, okay.
You really think? I mean, if you don't think she's mine, I would 100% be down, locked and loaded and ready to go on a family bond right the fuck now. Before I get too nervous to change my mind. Should we partake in a celebratory sippy before we go?
She reaches under a couch and pulls out a bottle of vodka. You make a non-committal noise as you work out how to respond. You call Jake out for enabling this, so you don't want to do the same. It's delicate, though.
Or am I thinking she'll probably have her own stash anyway? Why else would she have left such vast quantities of this stuff for me to reckon with?
Yeah, you guess. Though it may be she meant for her to bust into it when she got a bit older, or like maybe for a special occasion.
Well, settle on up. We can add that one to the list of questions to ask her. It's gonna be pretty far down though. It's gonna be pretty far down though. I got a lot.
You extend your hand. She takes it, and off you go. You choose a point a little further ahead in Rose's timeline, just to give her time to miss you, just in case. You zap to the doorstep to ease Roxy into it. She plasters herself to the wall next to the door, breathing heavy. You take care of the knocking part.
Oh shit, boy. This is it. Look at all these fucking trees around my house. Hoppy shit.
I think that would be Hopi, but
Old Rose comes to
Holy
the door.
shit.
Old Rose comes to the door, and from the look on her face, she stares you down. She's absolutely not missed you even a little bit.
ah, my incorrigible male person. What did I tell you before? You should not be here, or now. Her imperial bane of my existence may not be paying attention to what you do with your friends, but she's keeping tabs on me after your last visit. It isn't safe for you here, and I can't have you compromise this location.
From the side, Roxy exhales. Rose turns. Her voice is soft and broken, snow falling from branches.
Oh,
Sorry, Miss Mom. Mom Lond.
Roxy.
We didn't mean to bust down operations. I just wanted to meet you.
No, I know. I know it. And despite the circumstances, I'm glad to have been able to see you, too. More than you know. But you can't stay.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no worries. I'm sorry.
You have to go right now, before...
A light streaks through the clouds and you crane your neck to see it, but Rose grabs both of you and drags inside, slamming the door. Shit, this is bad, right?
Fuck. She's even faster than I thought. I have to tell Dave. I have to...
She stops muttering to herself and speaks instead to you and Roxy with a sharp, decisive turn of her head.
What's done is done. Get back before there's nothing to get back to.
But
Rose touches her knuckles to Roxy's cheek, and you feel like you shouldn't be here for this moment. Shouldn't have brought her here. Shouldn't have done anything ever. You never learned your fucking lesson. You do the only good thing left for you to do and take Roxy's hand. She's still sputtering, pulling you as she reaches towards Rose. There's a low rumble. The house shakes. Rose pulls some knitting needles out of nowhere, and they're sparking with energy.
Now.
When you open your eyes again, you're in Roxy's version of the same living room. Or almost that. You know it's hers, though it's decorated more sparsely, and there's a corner of the house that's just fucking gone. Rebuilt with the surrounding buildings were, with rickety chess guy's patch job. Shit. You stop surveying the timeline damage and instead look to Roxy. She's just standing, staring, blank. Her hand is over her mouth. You're so sorry. You never should have suggested they do that. It's probably best for you to go. All you do is make things worse. The slackness in her face turns to panic.
no, please. I shouldn't have asked to go. It's my fault. Don't leave me.
In your guts, you know you're the one in the wrong. You're supposed to be the responsible time traveler. You don't know how to make her see this without making her feel worse. She runs and opens a cabinet, then a second, and a third. Her movements more frantic each time. Eventually, she surfaces, successful.
Oh, thank fuck the booze is still here. Always looking out for me, that mom. Look, it's okay. We can still have fun. You don't have to go. Please don't go.
She's crying as she talks, her voice climbing higher with fear. Her smile is begging you. You know you'll have to look later. Check whatever corners of the internet or historical documents Roxy has laying around to see what happened, but you feel in your belly that will only confirm what you suspect. It would be better if she hated you. You're not ready to face what you did, so you take the bottle.
Oops.
You take the bottle Roxy's holding out towards you. You take a long, burning swig. More for you means less for her, you hope, as you pass the bottle back.
Regret.
I'm sorry, but technically we're seeing main character's crotch.
Yeah, I've seen that before.
I know.
There's nothing there. Calm down.
Okay, moms are cool, but so are friends. It's not just moms, you tell her. You can definitely take her to go see any one of the friends she already has, too.
What, like right now?
If she wants, yeah, you're down for whatever.
Ah! Is it weird to be so nervous about that? Like, don't get me wrong, I want to see the fuck out of some friends. Put my eyes right on those guys. Followed, of course, by Hugs. It's just a really big thing, and I'm feeling real little dizzy, and even thinking about picking one.
Yeah, you haven't met all of her friends yet, but you just know enough about all the various dynamics for that to make sense. And hey, there's no need to rush. You can take her somewhere else, just the two of you. That way she can still get out of the house and see something new. And you guys can sit and talk through who to go to who to go see rather than leaping in right in, right?
Yeah, okay. That sounds chill. Where to then, my cosmic taxi friend?
Let's not somewhere chill, you say, and she nods. Like many things about Earth, there are places you know exist but have no memory of ever being to. They're just part of your cultural knowledge, learned by your past self and later subsumed into the ever-widening miasma of your mind. You pick one of those places, somewhere that feels like, at one point, it could have been something you cared about. It looks like a forest at first, but the pine trees have been shaped by the wind. You turn, the earth in front of you butts up against the ancient stone of an outcropping. It stretches out below your feet into a long, striated arch until it curves into nothingness. Beyond it is an endless sea of mountains, rolling and rolling, fading deep green to blue as they turn into the sky, the sun just below the horizon.
Oh. It's so open.
Her voice is as quiet as it's been since you met her, her bright, boisterous charm lulled into awe. You ask her if she thinks this would work.
Are you shitting me? Buster, I have never seen a more gorgeous thing in my entire existence. We are going to take a fucking seat and soak in this nature with every one of our pores.
Gorgist.
Gorghost.
Gorgate.
The visible ones, I mean. Don't go getting any ideas. Or do, to be honest. You could be doing naked cartwheels right now and I wouldn't even notice, because as I said previously, my arms are slurping up all these sights.
Fair. You're not agile enough for that, clothed or otherwise, but you're glad she likes it here. The two of you sit for a while, soaking it in. This is a schedule-free life you lead, so however long it takes for her to talk is fine with you. It doesn't take too long, though.
So, you met Jane. Jake, too, if I'm not wrong. They talked about you some, but they've been more busy hanging out with you than talking about you, if I'm to be honest. How about Strider? He hasn't said anything about you, and I'd like to think that he'd tell me if he got the first visitor of his whole life, but maybe he wouldn't be ready to share with me. It's a pretty big thing for me and for him. It's a pretty big thing for me, and for him it'd be even bigger.
She seemed poised to continue hypothesizing about him for a while, so you go ahead and tell her that no, you haven't met him, but you sure have heard a lot about him from Jake.
Ah, lol, yeah.
What? Would you get a different version of things from her?
Lamau. How far in this drama you want to get?
None. You're already pretty far entrenched as far as you can tell, so she might as well fill you in on the rest.
Okay, so I'm about to lay it all out there for you. Because I trust you, and also I don't know what to do about it all, and I need some farm fresh opinions. And some farm fresh opinions might be just what I need.
The way she turns to you and clutches her hands together, launching directly into the story, you'd never think she was new to the slumber party gossip. Also, I'm holding one in right now, Avalon.
We got quite the love quadrangle going down in this friend group.
Why don't you go ahead and...
No. It is 12:30. We need to keep going.
Okay.
Jeannie and Dirk are both into Jake. Which, like, fair. He's very sweet and a hunk no matter how you slice it. Jake, as you may know, is a wild card here. No idea who he might go for. Which is also fair.
I guess that's...
If I am to continue to be a referee here, because Jane is a stone cold fox. Stone cone. Luscious babe going hecka places. And Dirk is... Woo! He's just about perfect. So,
She trails off and wrinkles up her nose as she looks back over the mountains. Her gaze is heavy with longing.
don't you me? What?
It just seemed like she's leading up to her spot in the quadrangle as all.
Yeah, well, I'm in there. Liking the last one I mentioned.
Huh, okay.
What? You're doing it again.
Oh, just for a minute, you couldn't tell which direction she was heading. You thought she might be jealous of Dirk himself, the way she looked when she said all of that, but it's that she has feelings for him. You're just trying to keep up. Roxy laughs and covers her face.
God damn, called out here on top of the fucking world. You're not wrong, I guess. In a way.
Not to continue the vicious call out, but earlier it was her mom she said she tried to be like, and now it's Dirk? You're like the president of the universe at trying to figure out who you are and trying to on different ways of being to see what fits. So no judgment there. It's just that it seems like she had a lot of questions about who she wants to be, which is legit as hell. That's life, baby.
Yeah, I guess that's the whole thing, you know? I wanted to be like her because she's my family and like the only person I knew about for so long. Then I met him and I was like, oof, there's more unlockable options? Who knew? Maybe I could, I don't know. I do have feelings for him, to be sure, but you're right. Sometimes with him, it does get all mixed up. You ever sure if you want to be somebody or with somebody? I mean, like, I like the me I made from nothing, and I don't want every single piece of his bullshit, of course, but he's like this shadow just out of my range of vision, like some kind of what if. Me if I'd just been... Ugh. I don't know if this makes any fucking sense outside of my own head, though. What's that you said about Turnway's mirror? Let's just hop on that universe jumping train and see where it takes us. Metaphorically, I mean. I'm not ready to move a single ass cheek off of this bitchin' rock yet.
It's all metaphorical anyway. Well, not the multiple universes thing. That's pretty much a fact, as far as you can tell. But the turning yourself inside out bit, whatever it is about him that she feels pulling at her. This thing she wants for herself is probably bigger than him anyway. He's just the person who made her notice it. Same as it was for her mom. With her mom. And anyways, it turns out a lot of options are unlockable when you realize some locks were in your brain to begin with.
Damn, buddy. Is this what it's always like to talk to your friends face to face? Hauling up piles of deep, meaningful truths left and right? Or is this just a you thing?
You have absolutely no way of knowing, but you do know that happens to you a lot. It's different every time, though, and never gets old.
Good, because I feel like I got this got up layer one of all my thoughts and feelings about this stuff. I'm a little afraid to dig deeper, but if you're there with me, maybe we'll find some shit in there, not just a big empty question mark.
Shit, yeah. You can go for round 2 whenever. You're game to keep digging at identity all day if she wants, though. They did come up here to decide who to visit, right? Does that mean the choice is Dirk?
God, I don't know, man. Yeah, maybe. Eventually. I want to see all 3 of them, plus another friend I haven't mentioned yet. But you get along with her because she's also an alien. But I might want to start with my kid mom, who is visitable. Not yet, though. Well, I never would have thought I'd been putting this off any longer than I had to, but meeting you has been one of the best things I ever did. I want to sit and stew in this friend soup with you for a bit longer. And then savor the bites of my other friend soups when I can. However ready to eat or not I might be. Shit, this metaphot is getting away from me. Can you take over?
You're not sure how salvageable it is, but yeah, you're down to simmer with her as long as she wants. And you think she and her teen mom will get along very well, shared mom trauma and drama included, whenever it comes time to introduce them. She shouldn't worry about being perfectly ready either. You hadn't skipped ahead to see who she becomes, but you're pretty confident she has it in her to be someone she can be proud of and comfortable being. Someone that can look back on this Roxy with kindness, too, no matter what choices she ends up making.
Susie?
You're gonna make me cry again. Please no. Woo! Also, not that I'm gonna forget today ever, but I should document. Thought that said should.
It might as well. She pulls her phone out and holds it up to frame for her shot. She's glowing in the light of sunrise. You watch her. You watch the sun. You watch the fog curl through the valleys below.
Okay, now a selfie.
She drapes her arm around your shoulder and points the camera at both of you.
Work it. Oh yeah, that one is cute as fuck.
She messes with her phone, opening a chat with someone whose handle you don't recognize. You wonder, as she sends the photo their way, if it's the alien friend. It'd be cool if Roxy was friends with a troll you hadn't met yet.
Hey, you there? I guess not, but it's okay. I just wanted to say hi. I know we didn't talk much about the game not being on anymore last time we got to chatting, but I know we were both feeling it. And I got so many more updates for you when I get back online. When you're back online. So get hype. And check out this choice ass view I'm peeping right now as a preview. Thinking of you, totally. Talk to you later. I forgot what the acronym meant. Leave me alone.
But then
Well,
again,
she misspelled it. She's misspelled it. She
TTLY.
went, talk to later you.
My brain.
It's time to get comfy on this rock. You might end up being here for a while, since Roxy's not quite ready to get zapped anywhere else, which, when you consider it, is fine. There is a difference, you think, between inaction and patience. There are small, witty changes made in stillness. You worried you choose too much, and Roxy afraid she was robbed of choice from the start. Meet in the middle.
What?
What did you do?
I pressed the button to go.
Stop pressing case.
She pockets the phone and grins at you. You lean back on your elbows and tilt your head towards the sky. Chillin'.
Yay.
All right.
Last one is Dirk.
Yep.
Wait. Is this...
You've come a long way. You've made a lot of friends and managed to keep them all. You're helping them grow, and you're growing alongside them while also entrenching yourself in some ridiculous nonsense along the way. Living, laughing, loving, shitting, farting.
Okay.
As is right and in balance. You think so, anyway. Oh no, my gosh. As is right and in balance. You think so, anyway. You're still on the lookout for any specific bits of meaning to help nail down your sense of purpose as it careens every which way according to the whims of friendship and fancy. There's a natural flow to this all. Trolls in sets of 12, give or take, since some come in pairs, and as you think back to your first round of friends, kids in sets of 4. You had time to realize more about the Earths you've been hopping between. A kid on one is an adult on the other. It's been weirdly relieving seeing multiple versions of your friends. Not that you seem to be bound by any of the same rules that they are. It's just that, as someone whose self has been scattered to the winds of time, regathered thanks to Aradia, and is still not fully stable, it's kind of nice to see that it's not just you out there trying different shit out, self-wise. When you think about the last friend left to visit in this set, you can't help but feel a bit guilty. With everything you told Jake about him, and from what you know of Dave's bro, you're not exactly meeting him with a fresh and clean slate. You haven't let anyone else's complicated personality traits hold you back from finding a way to befriend them, though. And you're not about to start now. You'll find a way to make it work. God, isn't it fun having a complicated and nuanced tangle of interpersonal relationships within your friend group? Isn't it just such a delightful challenge? Anyway, the point of this is that it's time to go meet Dirk. So you go. You don't know much about where he lives, except that it's in the future. Like Roxy minus chess guys. You zap on over to what should almost definitely be the perfect distance from his door. There's a moment where you are weightless, suspended in midair like the cartoon Coyote Man, whose name you cannot remember because suddenly you are plummeting downward, and that takes all your attention. From what you can see in flashes as you spin head over heels, the thing you are rapidly approaching is the ocean. Before you achieve game fucking over before you even begin, you saw yourself with a zap and out of reality appearing just a few inches above the water. You land with a delicate splash. Now that the imminent threat of death has passed, you look up. Metal rises from the water in a towering scaffold. Dirk must live in the building up there. God damn it. You haul yourself up onto the janky platform at the corner of the scaffolding, a few above water rungs upward, to get your shit together. It's not much to look at, and you probably won't even be able to spot it from a distance, but it'll do. In a moment, you pop back up to the top floor. But you should bring yourself out first. There's a chair, which is weird. You sit in it.
That was a slick fucking trick. Not the stealing my belt bit, though I do respect your presumptuous ass placement choices too. I'm in the entrance. Nice save.
You whirl around, but there's no one there. Aside from the endless ocean, the only shit inside is the stuff on the platform. Which, now that you're considering it, kind of reminds you of one of those outdoor man caves you sometimes see at rich people's houses. The kind where you don't know enough about electricity to get why rain doesn't fuck the whole thing up. Except, instead of like a grill and a TV and an ashtray with an old cigar in it, it's a few screens, a keyboard, a turntable, and a speaker, and a couple of hoverboard-looking things, some kind of complicated aquatic equipment. Both situations contain a mini fridge. Dirk, you say his name, and hope he shows up. After Roxy, you really thought you weren't going to be bamboozled by another fake-out meeting, but who the fuck knows? Maybe this guy's a ghost. No, that's stupid.
The one and only.
Where is he?
There's no need to get freaked out about it. I'm just talking through the speakers. Or, more accurately, I'm just sending data through the text-to-speech converter, which is playing through the speakers. This isn't a function I've ever had occasion to dust off, so this is genuinely thrilling. Thank you for trying and failing so miserably to break up or break and enter in pursuit of friendship, or whatever you were doing.
Oh, you do your best. Is there a place he'd want to meet, maybe, so you could talk in meet space?
That's not exactly my forte. Let's just keep chatting like this for a bit. Bro to bro. You can use the computer if the power of my voice is getting to be too much for you. It almost is for me, if I'm being honest here.
From above, there's a metallic whirring sound.
Shit. Daddy's home?
You look up and Dirk is rappelling down the scaffolding at an alarming speed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I figured out. The jig is up. You might as well wrap this shit up.
Dirk swings in, landing with both feet on the platform. He strains and stares at you, chin up. Well, you think he's staring at you. He's wearing shades, which you expected.
It's been real, and don't worry, I won't be far. I never am.
Neither Dirk's hands nor his mouth are moving, but his voice is still playing over the speakers. Your smile is nervous and probably too full of teeth. What's going on?
So you're the friendable alien I've heard about. I thought for a minute you already ate it, but I see you Peter Pan that shit. I'm not impressed. Or I'm not unimpressed.
He says this the regular way with his mouth. It should put you at ease, but it does not. Does he not remember talking about that already?
Oh, whoops.
You tell him that it's nice to talk face to face since you thought he didn't want to a minute ago when you first met.
Oh, that wasn't me.
Oh, you thought, lol, wait, what? It wasn't?
No. You just met a divergently evolved copy of my 13-year-old brain. The use of the speaker system is new, but it makes some sense he'd up his game for interfering with relationships I'm busy forging in 3D. I guess I should go ahead and be proud of him for it.
Well, damn. Okay. You guess you have no reason to believe that's not possible. Since, wait, did he say relationships he's busy forging?
Isn't that your whole thing? I was under the impression that you were here to befriend me. My friends haven't exactly kept quiet about you. I just figured you were saving the best for last.
Oh, no, that's right. That is your thing. You just thought he might be more of a challenge. Wait, are you friendship nagging him right now? Is that what's happening? How did it come to this?
Well, hold on. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Okay then, never mind. You guess it's working. Might as well roll with it.
Don't half-ass this one just because I know the gig. I still expect you to friend woo the shit out of me. Blitz the fuck out of my friendship chakras till I see the universe's heart through its asshole and what have you.
Buddy, you've been around the friendship block a time or two. He has no reason to worry. You have full confidence in your ability to show him the friendship up time of his life.
Oh, I'm ready. I have a list of my deepest secrets ready to unload on you right here, right now, if you think you can take it.
He's sure it's talking a big game of preparedness, but you're not sure how true it all is. Every line of his muscle in his body is held in excruciating placidity. You've never seen a jaw so purposely unclenched. It's almost like he's begging you to call him out on it. You do not call him out on it. You're not sure how he'd get the idea that you could half-ass this of all things. You'll just prove it to him with your deeds. It seems that might be his love language. With that in mind, you hold your fists out for him to bump.
Ah, yes. Dabs. The universal signal of brohood, sacrosanct across all of space-time.
You'd be honored to give him his first. The corner of his mouth twitches, not quite a smile.
What kind of monster would I have to be to refuse you?
You do the thing. If he is having a moment about having touched another person for the first time, he isn't showing it. Which is fine. Each at their own pace, right?
So, now that we've got that handled, what's next on the agenda? Do we leap straight into the heartfelt Q&A, or are we doing an activity first?
Man, what should you do next? You're not used to your friends giving you the third degree about your process. You're a little out of step. You can't tell if he's genuinely curious or if he knows he's unbalancing you. Either way, it's intense. You look around for inspiration. Grilling? Nah, you're not a couple of dads. Oh, the high-tech scuba gear could be cool. The tingle of choice pricks at your neck.
I'm not sure you have the musculature to hold that up. No offense. I didn't have your literal stick figure proportions in mind when I designed it, and it's built more for looks than weight efficiency. So I don't think you'd last long in it. You're not missing much though. It's not particularly thrilling down there anyway.
Oh, whew, good point. You can totally see yourself sticking like a stone, flailing your arms in a vain attempt at trying to look cool while swimming, clawing at the metal clasps to free yourself. Sapping out is the last resort, but misjudging the distance to the distracting water in your mouth, and all going black as you wonder why you didn't learn better when you hung out with Fefri. What? Damn, that was a pretty detailed thought trail. Weird. Anyway, you could just hang out at his place instead.
The classic option. That works for me.
You hold out your hand to zap him alongside you, but he doesn't take it.
I'll meet you there.
His inflection tilts at the end, a sound shaped like a half a question he wants you to construe the meaning of yourself.
I'll meet you there.
What's the alternative? You piggyback ride as he climbs all the way up? He shrugs.
Yes, if you're up for it.
Yes, please.
I typically rocket board up, but a grueling climb is a good way as any to kill a morning, so either way.
You consider your options. As much as you want to see if he actually has it in him to beast up the entire tower, rocket boarding sounds infinitely more fun. You tell him as much.
Hop on then.
He kicks it into place and fires it up, offering you his hand. You don't have anything to lose but another life, so you take it. Steadily, but fast enough, so you have to cling to his shirt for safety, you fly up. He circles the tower a few times in no hurry to make it to the top. That, or he's showing off? You don't think that's it, but you're still working it out. The confidence in the way his body moves now, the subtle shifts in his weight to steer the machine, it all feels genuine, like this is a much more comfortable thing for him than the conversation was. But the wind whips your face. There's a sea in every direction. You land on top of the tower, and he waits for you to hop down for doing the same. Then kick flips the rocket board into quiescence.
Here we are, home sweet home. I hope you're prepared for just how homey this shit is, too. I've had nothing but time to flex my massive decor muscles.
You follow him inside into his room, and you have with everyone else. It's full of his shit, like everyone else. Unlike everyone else, he leans against his workbench, calm and collected, and clearly with every fiber of his being, waiting for your judgment. I wonder if it's weird how you can tell that much about him, since he does seem like he's putting a lot of effort into the facade.
Back.
Oops.
Lulu.
My bad.
You aren't sure if he's unpracticed at having an audience or if you're just extra good at reading people by now. Maybe it's the shades that are messing with you? They're nothing new after Dave, but with Dirk, it's like almost like he'd be less penetrable without them. You try and focus on the decor as he clearly wants you to. What have we got going on? Oh, okay, there are themes of puppets, horses, robots, and musical equipment. It's got that post-ironic whimsy of Dave's style, which you figure makes sense considering that this universe's Dave had a hand in stocking it, but with a dash of Equius's unabashed taste. That's a bit of a surprise, but sure. That's a bit of a surprise, but sure. Martha Stewart would fall to her knees, weeping at her defeat, you tell him.
Utterly destroyed by the feng shui of my cinder block placement.
She'd retire on the spot, you say. The more you play off his jokes, the more he seems to loosen up for real, so you continue. Much better than a scuba diving trip already. What's down there anyway?
The ruins of 21st century civilization, mostly.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Boring as hell. He pauses and tilts his head, considering.
I wouldn't call them boring necessarily. It's more that I find it cosmically frustrating to swim in literally any radial line and find nothing but the wasted leftovers of a dead city. Aside from being dependent on it as a source of food, the ocean mostly functions for me as a suffocating, inescapable natural barrier between me and the rest of human history. It's a constant lapping reminder of my situation, so I'm not often hyped to pile the decibars on. Not sure how well my deep personal beef with the imagery of the sea will land for you, but there it is. I think it might also be offensive to me that were the metaphor less blatant. Wait, I think it might not be so offensive to me were the metaphor less blatant. It's embarrassing. Anyway, there's the first of my layers off. Feels fresh. Let's keep going. What else have you got?
It's a little unsettling how direct he's being about the friendship building process, but it's not like you haven't been categorically pushy to achieve that title with literally everyone you have memory of having met, so fair game. You're sure you can come up with some things you've been curious about if he's ready to dive in the deep end, and if he'll forgive you for the continued aquatic figurative language, the love quadrangle. The questionable settings on the robotic gift choice for his would-be paramour. The differences of opinion on playing the game. He seems to be enjoying the theatricality of the friendship metagaming dance you're doing, so you amp it up for him. You clasp your hands behind your back and pace around the room as you monologue, pausing for effect when the impulse strikes you. As you talk, you consider which would be the right issue to end on, to really zing him into opening up. Maybe his feelings for his universe is Dave, or just for fun, maybe where the horse shtick comes from. Depending where you choose, you could end up...
Oh. Loath as I am to interrupt this Ace Attorney monologue, I wouldn't touch that.
You look down at where you're about to dramatically place your hand, and there's a goddamn sword there, haphazardly stored in the hands of some fucking dead-eyed puppet. Again, your brain careens down a fleeting pathway of accidental pressure, a clean slice, blood, a lot of it, and...
Leave the katanas for the big boys. Although, if you want to touch a weapon, holy shit, do I have an idea.
He scoots by you and reaches into the corner of the room, coming up holding a really shitty blue sword. Sword is a loose term, though, and honestly, holding it is too. An object so shitty you can barely focus on is sort of clipping through his hands. He holds it out to you as best he can.
Yeah, it's a sword.
Those hands, it's so shitty it even fucked up the hand model.
Yeah,
That's
it fucked
great.
up it's fucking up his hand. In the name of the succulent convergence of science and horseshit, I need to see what happens when you touch this thing.
You reach out and take it from his hands. It steadies under your grasp. Dirk hops onto his workbench to sit and observe as you slice it through the air a time or two.
Absolutely goddamn incredible. Something about your narrative liminality and rudimentary form must allow you to actually wield this piece of shit artifact I inherited from my bro. The implication of this are likely jack fucking nothing, but it's still easily the best thing I've ever seen.
He's leaning forward, laughing, dimples carved into his freckled cheeks. There's a small twist in your heart about it, and you can't place why.
You're really just able to hold that fucking thing.
He clears his throat and settles down, adjusting his glasses.
Thanks for that. Anyway, where were we? Oh, right. You were attempting to locate my weak points. Do you want to keep adding to the list or zero in on one option? So far, the short answers are 1. A quartet of teens with not a lot of choices, what do you expect? 2. Call up my autoresponder if you want us to hash that one out. 3. It's all under control.
I guess it all really boils down to the same general topic, really. His friends. That's where this whole thing always ends up anyway, right? Especially since now you're his pathway to being able to hang out with them now. Dirk just shrugs. Huh. You thought he'd have a stronger opinion about that one. Doesn't he want to hang out with his friends? Doesn't he want to finally meet Jake? He wrinkles his mouth like he shoved a lemon in his mouth.
Come on, dude. You can't just spirit me away to the person I want to see the most right off the bat. At least try to make me earn it. Or at least make me try and earn it first.
He shifts his weight. The light from the window bounced off the choppy mirror onto the ocean and is bright against his back. Does he have to earn it? You mean, doesn't he think it's been hard enough already? His laugh this time is hollow.
Is there a cap on that?
You're not sure, but your whole existence is a series of cheat codes, so what else does he expect from you? You whip out the sword a few times to prove your point, but it kind of makes you dizzy to watch, so you put it back in the corner.
Yeah, me too, man.
And anyway, you know he'll just cave at some point. How else is he going to get to see them now that the game is off? He shrugs again. What?
What?
He does know they're not playing anymore, right? Like, they're even talking about a larger operation to shut down the whole thing for everyone on the planet?
I know they think that's what's happening, but I'm not worried about it. They'll all play when the time comes.
How in the world does he know that? Last you checked with any of them, they all move on.
I haven't gotten around to convincing them yet, but I will. It's clear that you've spent a lot of time with them. They're my friends too. I think I know what they'll do.
His suspiciveness is raising your heart to raise hackles. That's not really the point, though, you say. Won't trying to get them back on board just amp up the conflict in his friend group? And more importantly, why bother trying to make that choice for them? He doesn't even need the game anymore. You could just take him to see them. He can skip the machinations and just, like, hang out with his friends without having to prove anything to anyone. It's easy. The slight tightening of his eyebrows is the only thing that shows his frustration. The rest of him is still. The vowels in his drawl are slick and sharp, black ice on a curved country road.
It's not that simple. Do you think I don't want to see him? Do you think I tear off a single page of my sweet bro and hella Jeff quota day calendar without thinking about that? There are a lot of cards and a lot of hands here, which I'm not sure you've truly appreciating the importance of. I can't just fold mine and hope your shit works out instead. Things are in motion. Things have been in motion since before I was born. You can't just stop them without massive fallout.
Yeah, you're not saying that you know all the answers, just that you know some of them. And that you feel like he could trust you a little bit. He looks at you like you've slapped him.
Trust you?
Well, yeah. A weak puff of air leaves his mouth as he shakes his head.
This entire morning has been an exercise in trust.
Has it? Dirk is still for a minute. He's probably still staring at you behind those shades. When he speaks again, his voice is steady, but the room is heavy with every ounce of tension he's suppressing.
Okay, let's sketch this out. What are the parameters of a vulnerability that would count if the ones I'm extending don't?
You were just freewheeling there, but you guess you gotta come up with something concrete for him. Okay, how's this? He does all this dangerous scuba diving and sword fighting and rocket boarding shit that could go sideways at any minute. But he wouldn't even let you zap him. There's an example.
Okay, yes, that's true. I want to be the only one in charge of endangering my own life. You got me. But trust isn't only meaningful if it's given completely or in terms of physical safety. I've been preparing myself for this, for you, ever since I heard you were making the rounds. I was ready to...
He trails off, shaking his head. His wordlessness seems to frustrate him more than anything you've said. He really seems unpracticed at getting riled up, and you wonder how often someone pushes his buttons like this. You're not really sure how the two of you got to this point. Argumentative isn't your main mode either, and you can tell you've pushed too far.
Never mind. Here.
He hops off the workbench, rolls his shoulders, and grabs your hand.
Do it.
You don't ask where. You pick somewhere close by, but scary enough for his thrill-seeker ass to feel like it was worth the effort. The air up the top of the tower on Dirk's roof is calmer than you thought it would be. He drops your hand and steps back, leaning against the landing.
Crushed it.
See? Sometimes trying new shit and trusting people with your well-being can be fine. Sometimes all you need is a friend to prove to you that they have your back. Dirk scrunches his face up like you're embarrassing him. You mean, empirically speaking, it seems like what happened is solid proof that...
Okay, yeah, I get it. Thanks.
He's smiling, but you don't push into that thank you. But you do wonder, after a minute of looking out over the ocean with him, if it's time to scoot things along. You aren't in a hurry, really, but you were getting somewhere before, even if it was a little uncomfortable. He's trying. Maybe harder than anyone else has actively tried to befriend you yet. The fact that you think that this is all some sort of... The fact that you still think that is still sort of funny to you. But maybe Dirk isn't this transparent to everyone? Maybe it's just you and your non-stop thirst to know people. How much does this boy wanted to be known? You remember your earlier skepticism about him and laughed to yourself. You haven't had to make yourself try to like him at all. You just do. Weird, uptight shit and everything. There's just a lot of Dirk going on in there, but you're ready to try and understand him more. It's what you do. So you press on.
Oh wow, choice.
Oy.
How about this?
Finally a break.
Instead of Pole, Lulu. You didn't play Dirk. You haven't done this route before, have you?
No.
You choose.
Why me?
Because you haven't done it before.
So?
So, I'm giving you the choice.
You're the
All right,
Dirk
flip it.
stand. Choose.
I'm flipping a coin.
Okay. That, and I want this to go faster.
Can you click? Holy shit, this... Okay. Holy shit, this is excruciating. I keep thinking if I ignore this bullshit, it will sort itself out, but Christ. I don't need to see this. No one needs to see this.
What the fuck?
Huh?
Wait, can you not hear? You've stopped the choice train once before yourself, but you've never been interrupted by someone else.
I thought we were having a chill bro moment until just now. I have no clue what you're talking about. I can't believe I was ever this pathetic. Dirk, you had all day, every day to do something do nothing but get swole in both body and mind. And this is how you spent your time? Looking wistfully out at the sky? No wonder you're out here falling for this friendship's weak shit overtures.
Oh my god, what? Once again, you find yourself looking around for a Dirk who is nowhere to be found. Regular Dirk, who you were finally getting somewhere with, is looking at you like you've lost your last marble. Dirk really doesn't hear that? It sounds like him, just like older and meaner.
No, dude, are you okay? Fine. If your meager little brain needs me to assume corporeal form in order to process this, I'll do it. Feast your eyes.
It's this fucking douchebag. Holy shit.
Holy shit. Sup, Dirk. I'll get to you in a minute. I have to deal with this little meddler first.
He turns to you and you step back reflexively. Your eyes flicker to your Dirk, who is staring mouth slack at his older self.
I've let you piss around for far too long. To be fair to myself, which is important, I have had a lot on my plate. Creating a whole species from scratch is some child's play. So I'll let this go on, figuring you'd fuck up and die for real, but you keep coming back, and it's getting out of hand. So the plan is this. Let my man Dirk do his thing. You fuck off and let people live their arcs. I clean up your mess, and then get back to being God while this timeline continues on as it's supposed to. We good?
Jesus, alternate timelines and multiple selves aren't anything particularly new to you, you think? But you still don't know what got so far up his ass here. No, we're not good? You're in the middle of something. A sacred right of friendship to be fucked up by no one but yourself. You don't know what kind of stuff the future holds, but that isn't your purview. This is. And he's the one interrupting that.
Oh my god, I can't work like this. You have to understand the scale we're working with.
He flicks you upside the temple, and you feel instantly like your brain got strapped to the nose of a rocket ship on liftoff.
Remember? You see a young man standing in his bedroom. Wait, you know him. The eyes roll back. Oh,
Motherfucker, this
Okay, then
isn't
go.
you.
then do it.
Your eyes roll back in your head, and you feel his story rush into you, panel by panel, page by page. Some of it you remember from when you were trapped in Doc Scratch's apartment. The other stuff is newer, raw and sweet and sickening. Honks and caws and glubs and bluzz froth together in a synaptical transmutation of an unholy cultural zeitgeist that jolts through you like light blasting down your cerebral cortex and out through your clenched teeth. When it's done, you collapse to the floor. Oh, fuck. You remember it. You remember Homestuck. It's also fresh, too. So many of your friends dead. Some of them more than once. Shit. Dirk. You open your eyes and Dirk is standing over you, his hand on your shoulder.
Oh, good. You're alive. You're starting to freak me out. Almost as much as shredded deranged me over there is freaking me out. But let's just take this all a step at a time. Anyway, now that you're up, what just happened? Future me is being a real cryptic dick while you were conked out. Patience is a virtue, Dirk. I just had to get our time traveling buddy informed first, so they can make the right call.
Shit, okay. You don't even know where to begin. You look at Dirk's face, not even trying to hide his concern from you. Holy shit, you care about him. You cared about him before you knew every tiny fucked up detail about his life, and now with a reminder of where his story leads, leaning smugly against the railing, you find you still do. He's intense and pushy and profoundly complicated, and right now he is helping you to your feet, his hand steady and firm against your back as you find your balance. You look back and forth between the two of them, trying to organize your thoughts as Dirk waits for you to respond. This isn't as simple as evil Dirk and a good one. If you learned anything from your travels, it's that everyone has a capacity to hurt inside them, and everyone has a capacity for love. It's just a matter of proportion, of choice and of circumstance, of time, and, if you're being fair, interpretation, too. Part of you just wants to grab Dirk and run, to save him from this trajectory he's on, but then, if you claim that level of control, are you really any better than Ultimate Dirk is himself? Who the fuck are you to make these choices for other people? Who gives you the right to wrench canon from the people it belongs to, the people it's about? Why does it always come back to you making a fucking choice?
Go ahead and answer it. I'll correct you if you get anything wrong. Don't worry.
Oh, you bet he fucking will, you say. No doubts there. You pause your internal debate and take a deep breath, and explain things to your friend. This is the Mega Dirk. The combo of all splinters of Dirk fermenting in his flesh container, not holding on to his shit nearly as well as he likes to pretend. Ultimate Dirk tisks.
You wish.
You ignore him and continue explaining. Ultimate Dirk has done a lot of heinous shit to the people he used to care about, and to the people that Dirk cares about. And he just brain blasted you with memories you used to have, among other things, everything that will ever happen to Dirk, to his friends in the future. All in order to convince you to keep everything on that path. He wants the same thing Dirk just finished arguing with you about wanting a future where they play the game. Dirk is still staring at Ultimate Dirk. Shit. Keep going, telling him that you know it might be far-fetched from his vantage point, but this is a path he could go down. He goes down. Blah. Dirk finally speaks.
No, I can see it. I mean, if anyone was going to pull an I'm you but stronger, it would be all of me combined. Exactly. Now we should all be on the same page vis-a-vis what we all need to do. Which starts with this flat fuck going back to wherever they came from, and the rest of us going back to our regularly scheduled program.
God, you can't even look at this guy, you think, as you look down at him. He's so smug. Trapped so far down the path he's planned for himself that he can't even entertain the idea that he could be wrong about it, tearing him apart. The more you look at him, the more you can't stand him. Prince of hard-ass bastard destroying everything you've worked to make. Fuck! Forget all this stuff you were worried about before. How dare you let yourself be convinced you could be right? Your allegiance is not to the story, but to the people within it. No matter what. Do you have a plan for how to protect your friends without the tenets of canon? No. Do you give a single shitting fuck? Also no. You know that he could end you immediately, but you feel free by the number of times you've died. You do not fear him. He's not your concern. You turn to Dirk. You're sorry, you say, but fuck this guy. Don't listen to him. Everything you just remembered, all the stuff he was using to prove his point, only makes you even more sure that what you said before. That Dirk can still be happy without all that. He doesn't have to play the game to beat it.
Wow. Listen to them trying to boss you around like that, Dirk. I'll tell you what you won't do. Don't for a second think I'm too far gone to remember what it's like to be you. Don't pretend you haven't wanted to know what I know. To align every part of yourself until you know it all. Feel it all. Don't be afraid of becoming who you need to become. The ends always justify the means, Dirk. You know this.
Fuck that! You're sorry to yell, but you'll never yell this much. But fuck that! This bitch can't bear the thought of a timeline existing without his influence, or even his worldview that everything has to be painful to matter. Things are already painful enough. He doesn't have to work overtime to create more pain just so he can feel like he's in control of how much punishment he gets and how badly he deserves it. Because Dirk doesn't deserve it, you say. And you look at the one you mean it for. He's not looking back at you. He's looking at Ultimate Dirk, and there's something about the soft, fallen arches of his eyebrows that just folds you up and eats you whole. It's longing like you've never seen in your life, deep and consuming, with a silver glint of loathing. It's going to drown in it if you don't do something. What could you do, you wonder? You care about him, and he does about you to a degree. You know Dirk now. And you know that he loves. Though it's fierce to a definite fault, he does not do it easily. You're not the one who can get to him through. You're not the one who can get him through this. He doesn't know you long enough, but you can be a bridge. But to whom? Part of you wants to test out a few things, to throw a couple friends against the wall and see what sticks. That doesn't sit right with you right now, though. It's messy, and you know Dirk would hate having his feelings experimented on like that. Even after all this, you find yourself not wanting to do that to him. Thank fuck for your side ability to anime monologue yourself in your head without time passing too quickly. Because you really need to think this one through. You have to pick through a single person to help convince him he doesn't need what Ultimate Dirk is offering. Jade? God, no. Not right now. I said Jade. Jake. Jake? God, no. Not right now. He'd be eaten alive by Ultimate Dirk, and you can't do that to him. He's your friend, too. Maybe a wild card. Someone Dirk doesn't know, but could get along with. Equius? It's like Dirk if Dirk liked to get bossed around, so they might get along great, actually. Though, you need someone who can tell Dirk what to do in this moment. So then again, maybe not. You can't hedge your bets and bring everyone because that'd overwhelm him. Plus, there's no budget or time for that. The answer punches you hard in the chest, and you're left about to sneak away to find them when Ultimate Dirk speaks up.
That was a touching rant you just gave. Very compelling. You know what? Fine. Do what you do best and choose. Steal him away to obscurity or leave him here leave him to his destiny. I'm not worried. In fact, as part of a show of trust in my younger splinter, I'll even fuck off myself until go time. On the 1 in a million chance you do actually get him to go with you, there's no way that's gonna be a good end. We all know he'd regret it. He'll second guess it if it was the right thing every day of his life till he realizes what a flaccid existence he's leading. But by then, it'll be too late. Do your worst.
There's a jolt and he's gone. There's a beat of silence where you try to work out how to act normal, now that you know what you know. But thankfully he speaks first.
Are all your hangouts this buck fucking wild? Did you pull out all the stops for me?
Well, you were about to pull out another when Ultimate Dirk just blasted out like that. It's not too late, though, if he'll agree to at least hear you out.
Well then, by all means, continue pulling. Let's see where this shit takes us.
You'll be right back, you tell him.
I'll be right here, just chilling and contemplating existence and my place in it. No worries.
The zap this time is even more disorienting than your sideways universe zaps. You know why, though, since you know everything. You're not sure you're supposed to you're not sure you're supposed to be here, but Ultimate Dirk already accused you of fucking shit up, so why not fuck shit up a little harder? You want to go pick up this person, specifically this version of this person. The version you made friends with already isn't ready to meet Dirk yet, probably. But thanks to your recent mind freak, you remember that this one, having lost to his Dirk, might be a little more interested.
Whoa, what the fuck are you?
Okay, that answers that question. You guess you've fucked things up to the point that the candy timeline is not the same as the one you were making friends in before. This is probably the stuff Ultimate Dirk is so bent out of shape about fixing. Welp, it is what it is. You didn't have to come up with your elevator pitch, but you'll work best at full power to empathy, 0 to planning, so here you go. Hey, you tell him. Sorry to intrude, but you have a pretty big favor to ask of him. You know he doesn't know you, but you know an alternate version of him that lives outside of Canada. You met and went to Olive Garden, made some friends, and you promised you're legit.
Bro, you said Olive Garden. You got me. That's like a magic word to get me to trust you implicitly. Don't spread that around, though. Also, you look like someone ironed the mayor, so that's like 1,000,000 more points in your favor. And I'm doing dick else that's useful all day. Or any day, to be real with you. So, what's the favor?
Okay, woo, great. The favor that you need is to borrow him for like a quick minute so he can help you have a conversation with your universe's Dirk. At the sound of Dirk's name, he goes still. See, Dirk's convinced he needs to take the advice of yet another universe's way shittier Dirk and retcon your entire friendship mission so that they can go off and make canon happen, which ends pretty badly for a lot of people, your friends involved. So, and now that you know that, you really want him to just side with you and let everyone chill and hang out and live their lives. And you're not sure of all the details and how that will work yet, but the point is that Dirk...
I'm in.
Great, sick, yes, okay. Take his hand and off you go. When you pop back, Dirk is standing about how he was when you first met him, casually braced for an emotionally fatal impact. There's a moment where Dirk and Dave just stare each other down, like neither of them is fully ready to register the reality of the other. You really fucking hope this works, because it's your Hail Mary.
Sup? Holy fuck, man. I didn't think involving the name of Olive Garden would have this much effect, but here the fuck we are. I mean, sup. Yeah, sup.
Dave pulls him into a short, back-thumping bro hug, which Dirk weathers like a wet cat not trusting a towel to dry him off.
So, I'll be real with you. We've already had a version of this first meeting convo, and we used like a lightning round conversational mechanism to get shit popping. But I get the feeling we don't have time for all that right now. So I'll skip a few steps ahead for you, or I'll skip a few steps for you. Our little mutual friend here says you got options. Well, they seem to think I do, but I'm not convinced. Do you have opinions about it? Sure do. I mean, I'd do anything this little pal suggested after what they just did for me, but like, what's even the situation? They don't want you to play Suburb, and some other you does. There's a little more to it than that, but yes, that's the gist.
Watch them chat. This is good, you think. Good, but you're not sure it's enough. You think Dirk is your friend now, but more that you think about it, the weirder that word feels in your brain. Friendship means something different to everyone you've met. Safety, fun, a wake-up call, a person to talk to. You hope that, for at least some of them, you've helped them see what is lovable inside of themselves. You look at Dirk and wonder if he'll be one of those. He's being so polite to Dave, he must be afraid. Does Dirk even believe others can, of their own volition, love him? You tune back in.
Man, if you wanted to argue about canon, you should have asked your bro here to get like everybody else to come along. That shit's not my forte, but seems to me that it's not some immutable bastion of narrative sanctity. It's just some shit that some assholes said and did, and some choices they made. Okay, well, if I don't follow the plan, beat the game, and get to where you are now, how do I know my choices will still matter? I don't know, man. You're not in it. You're not in my timeline anymore because of a choice you made a while back, so my mileage might vary a bit.
Dirk shifts backward. You wish he'd look more surprised about it.
Oh. Yeah. I don't want to waste your time or anything. Just getting to talk to you is worth it, so I don't know, do what you gotta do, but coming from me, a guy who would have done some stuff differently himself, at least try to trust your friend. I know you don't like believing this stuff, but maybe listen to the people who like you for you because they mean it. I'm rambling now, so guess if I had one thing to say to you, it'd just be, it's okay to not have all the answers. Yeah, that's what I tell you.
Dirk nods.
So I'm processing that a lot. But I also cannot go any further in this conversation without telling you that our little friend is liminal enough to actually be able to hold the sword. Holy fuck, yo, what? Oh wow. Dave, huh? Okay, bringing fucking guns to a knife fight here. I didn't expect this level of underhanded maneuvering from you, but I respect the play. Fucking doesn't matter anyway. I've come back with my own cheat. Sorry for the delay. I had to deal with some shit on my end. New plan. Forget us all going our separate ways to fix shit. Dirk, you're coming with me. Your friend was right about one thing. Things don't need to go back to the way they were. But not for any lame reason like the power of love. I have plans bigger than that. I promise you this limp dick excuse for a friend doesn't measure up to all the shit I could show you. Will show you. Sure, it might hurt to leave your friends behind at first. And sure, you'll miss out on Jake's carnal charms, but that emptiness will fade when you realize the true power we have.
Ultimate Dirk extends his hand. His cape billows obnoxiously behind him. Dirk looks at you, and then at Dave. Shit. They were almost there. You have no time left to waste. Close your eyes and will the choice to come to you. Stop him. Don't stop him. One of those. Has to work, right? You don't feel confident. You look at Dirk and it hits you. Ultimate Dirk was maddeningly right. It won't work if there's room for Dirk to regret it. You're not sure either of you would ever be certain that it was the right choice unless you let Dirk choose it for himself. No more telling him what to do. No more telling anyone what to do. When you feel the choice prickling at you, you turn it outward. You flip the power in your belly inside out and give the weight of it up for a moment to him. You wait to see what Dirk does with the thing warring inside of him. You see it manifest in his brain and in yours, and your stomach plunges. It feels rigged from the start. There's no way Dirk will choose you and Dave when he's gone and framed like that. God damn it. Too late to change anything yourself. You wait for Dirk to choose.
Oh man.
Trust yourself or trust them?
You're not Dirk. You're Dirk.
Well, that's why it's orange. We're Dirk now. We have to assume what's in Dirk's head, basically. I don't know.
What if they're the same thing?
Maybe. Sorry, man.
Your heart drops and you see who he's looking at.
Guess you can call this one the bad end, yeah? Luckily for you, there's almost definitely another of me that can't wait to sail the 7 seas of story with you or some shit.
He licks his lips and raises his chin, braced for the ultimate Dirk to challenge his Carl.
I assume with your huge fucking brain, you can see that happening as we speak, yes? So, no need to be a sore loser now. Be good to that me, will you? Treat him right? As right as he wants me to, I promise. Anyway, I did say one in a million odds, so statistically you have to wuss out at least once. It's fucking gross to experience. Good thing it'll get totally assimilated into another variation or versions of this conversation.
Now is not really the time to play it's usually a binary card. Don't want to complicate that particular issue for him, so you let it lie. You step forward, shoulder brushing against Dirk's.
Don't gloat. It's a gauche. Enjoy your moment of irrelevance before this one goes down the drain. Deuces.
Yes! Hell yes! You stop your celebration when you notice Dirk is a little shaky.
Holy shit. What did I just do? This future you have in the works better be fucking good, my dude. Are you kidding me? They got it on lock.
Oh, he knows it. You don't tell him that you don't know every single detail yet, but you understand yourself now. You'll work it out when you need to. You always do. It's okay, you think, if Dirk is a little afraid. It comes with the territory when you let people in. And he'll have even more practice with that as soon as you can zap up some more company. Won't be smooth sailing, though, you warn him.
As long as we move past the sailing metaphor, you can jack that difficulty level up as high as you like. Oh, we are anti-ocean here. Sorry. Oh, are we anti-ocean here? Oh yeah, extremely. Fuck water, am I right?
Dirk turns his head slightly, and you know he's looking at you. He smiles, and you know he gets it. It's not about this being the real timeline, or the fake one, or the hard one, or the easy one. It's about it being his if he wants it. Which, you realize as you watch him turn back to laugh along Dave, he does. Yeah. The air between you and the two of them opens up like a wound in the universe. You feel yourself being pulled toward it. Oh damn! It's the coding in the background. You see him there too, that fucking bastard. As Ultimate Dirk pulls you through what you can only conceptualize as a tear in the narrative, you turn to look at Dirk and Dave. This is sure to lead to some bullshit, and you'll need to confirm that they're still intact. You aren't sure where you're going next, but you don't want them to worry. As a hold starts to reseal itself, with them on the other side, you give them a thumbs up. Universal signal of reassurance that things are okay. They'll be back. Neither of them are strangers to either the intricacies of plot or shenanigans, so they return in unison. You did it. You got him a good end. Dirk Strider is your friend, you think, as you fall through nothingness. Dave can take it from there. Guess the sword isn't just for show. He really knows how to use it. You go flying out of frame, out of this volume, and straight into the epilogue. Oh no. No, not the epilogue. No, no, this is impossible. You can't believe you're the main character of such a stupid story. He launched you straight into the post game final chapter afterward, or wait, afterward. Both of them look weird. Anyway, he launches you into the afterward, which just seems to be that drifting gray place between universes. But this time you aren't standing in the corridor. You're hurtling along it like a protagonist-shaped missile. This is not going to end well. Sorry, T-posing god person. This really isn't your fault.
Actually, it's an A pose. Common mistake.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I kept on holding back on me correcting it.
Just trying to help.
You brace for whatever hellish experience is waiting for you when you hit the event horizon. What? Your whole body aches. Not physically, more like thematically. You just got bitch slapped straight into the narrative and body back into the beginning. Oh shit, are you literally at the beginning? Did you forget everything again? Quick, Huma Spectrum, Trolls, Incestuous Slurry, Beckquirl, fucking Madrigons, Truth, Relevance, and Essentiality. Woo! You remember. So here you are again. You guess it makes sense that Doc Scratch was behind it all in the end. Maybe he and Ultimate Dirk have been working together this whole time. Hey, you round, shiny son of a bitch, show yourself! You receive no response. The plush green room is still. In the corner, the clock has stopped. Wait, what was that? Sound of struggle drifts from deeper in the house. Oh, balls. Is Spade Slick here to beat the shit out of Doc Scratch? But you thought that happened at the beginning of the game, so maybe you really have been transported back to square one. Nothing here is on fire, and Spade Slick sets a place on fire, right? Shit. Why do so many things happen in this goddamn comic? There's just so many details to remember. You follow the sound of the ruckus, turning a corner down a long, wood-paneled hallway. A door stands open at the end of it, where two people appear to be locked in an intense struggle. Is it Hussy?
Hey, listen, we can talk about this. I think that's Spade Slick. Think?
You edge closer down the corridor. The mirrors on the walls watch you like eyes.
Clearly, I have made some bad decisions. I'll grant you that.
The man currently hanging on the door jamb for dear life sounds and looks familiar, but you are actually kind of having a hard time focusing on him. It makes your head swim.
Okay, yes, I agree that I need to take a break, but please don't put me in here with that.
It's Hussy. It's Hussy.
Oh, my bad. That's Hussy.
Yeah, that has to be Hussy.
Okay,
He's talking
yes.
about the wolf head.
You're right. I rewind and redo it all in this voice. Okay, yes, I agree. I need to take a break, but please don't put me in here with that wolf head. It's out of for my blood. I don't know if I can hold it off for long.
The second figure, a woman maybe, appears unmoved by the man's pleas. You have no idea what's going on here, but one thing you do know is that you can't just allow random broads to throw dudes into rooms just against their will. Hey! You shout down the corridor. Both the man and the woman turn towards you. The combined power of their gaze forces you to your knees. It hits you in the same tender place that Ultimate Dirk strike had. Right in the narrative. The woman takes a chance to shove the man into the room and slam the door.
Sorry about that. He won't bother us.
What the
Oh, it's... shit.
What in the goddamn?
Hold on, I gotta turn that up.
The sound of her voice vibrates all the way into your skull. It's her?
Hold on a second. My brain.
I'm
Hold
so
on.
good. I'm so confused,
No,
dog.
Not that. I wanted, Never mind.
Is this the spirit of K Green or whoever the fuck was fired for?
No, not her.
No.
she's the one that's been doing this to you, who's been stopping you from going back to visit your friends, who's been manipulating you, just like Dust Scratch did.
Come on. I'm not that bad. At least I hope I'm not.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
I just realized I can just.
Oh, come on. I'm not that bad.
It's a little bit louder.
At least I hope I'm not. By the way, unmute me if you haven't bothered to already.
Unmute me. Of course. Because, yeah, okay. Funny.
The music in this section rules. Besides, voiceover in RenP is extremely annoying. Did you know you have to save every line as a different .ogg file? I didn't even know what a .ogg file was until our programmer explained it to me. Actually, wow, this is a huge pain in the ass. Let's go back to text only.
Who wants to take over? That's better.
You're falling to pieces. Every part of your body is literally sliding apart and falling into the others. It's just like being hit by the house juju. Your corporeal form is not meant for this much meta-narrative bullshit. You just aren't made for it.
Come on, you're fine.
She paps you on the cheek, and suddenly it's true. You're fine. She made it so. Must be magic.
Not quite. Get up, King.
Do so, slowly. For some inexplicable reason, you are more scared of her than you'd been of Ultimate Turk, or of Doc Scratch, or anyone else. I have a feeling that she might be the real danger here. She laughs. It's not a villainous laugh, but it's not exactly a nice one either.
I guess that's fair. I'm definitely not a hero. Or maybe I am a hero, and the dude I just shoved into the cupboard with the wolf head is a real villain. Or it's the other way around and evil has triumphed.
You tell her that you don't remember her from the comic you read.
Yeah, you wouldn't. Don't worry about it. You can call me the director, and you're right. All of this is my fault.
All of this?
Yeah, I'm the reason you couldn't reach out to your friends. I'm the reason your memories got wiped.
What? Why? Why would she do that?
Because I wanted to try something, and it wouldn't have worked if you hadn't gone in with an open mind. Could you really have made friends with any of these kids if you'd known what they Could you really have made friends with any of these kids if you had known what they had waiting for them at the end of the line?
Your snap response is an overwhelming yes. Of course you could. You could make friends with anyone. But you know deep down that isn't true. Could you really have looked John in the eye if you'd seen him get bored by a video game monster and then lose his virginity in the back of his dad's car literally before dying? Could you have talked to Jade like a normal person if you knew she was going to grow up to be half dog goddess? Could you have resisted throwing Rose and Kanaya together the first chance you got? Could you have even handled becoming friends with Equius Nepeta or Feferi, knowing what was coming to them? God. Could you have even stood to be in the same room as Gamzee or Aridin?
Right? Making friends with people when we know how their story ends isn't something we're equipped to do. Okay. What are you doing?
No. Wrong button.
It's like meeting a celebrity. Hard to be normal.
Tell the director you don't think any of this is very normal. She laughs.
Yeah, smart. You're smart. That's why I like you, MSPR reader.
NSPA
AI
reader. Who? That's not your name. Your name is...
Oh, hey, come on. Leave something for the sequel. The truth is, I use you, and I'm sorry for that, but I'm also not sorry. Because these kids were born to suffer. That's what they're for. I know that sounds harsh, but it's true. Destiny wrapped its thick, inky tentacles around them and pulled them into the story without happy endings. But you changed that. You gave them a chance to grow up.
Wait, you did that? But you remember the other story, the real story. The one just ended with everything falling to shit. Are you saying that all that didn't happen?
No, it happened. Well, it didn't actually happen because none of this is happening. Creators all the way down and such like. But you made this story, and nobody can take that away from you.
Oh my god, shut up. I can't handle this anymore.
Yeah! The director looks for the first time just a little worried. She covers up quickly, however, and regains her placid stance of neutral indifference.
You want a real villain? This guy right here?
This is so fucking stupid, even for all of you.
I'm aware of that.
How dare you?
You want to lecture me on audacity? Come on, man. You're not even real.
And yet you keep talking to me.
Oh, you feel like you shouldn't be here for this, possibly? You always kind of feel awkward when authority figures fight.
I'm not here for her. I'm here for you. We weren't done talking.
Then why did you cut them? Then why did you cut the damn UI in half?
I got a little overzealous. It happens. Sorry about that, by the way.
You shrug, whatever. You've had worse. Still, you don't feel very well disposed toward this guy at this point, knowing all the garbage he's done will probably keep doing. Although you aren't sure if the director is any better.
I am much, much better than him. See?
See what I can do? Can Dirk Strider do this? Can he talk with an actual human voice?
Get fucked.
See? God, I fucking hate it. Because I keep on...
Come on. Come on, you're at least a little happy to see me.
Stop flexing at me. I have a wife. For a man so devoted to swords, don't you think it's going against your character to have such enormous guns?
What, these? Oh, they're not mine. Just an artifact of the medium. I'd say thanks, but I feel like I feel like you all got more out of it than me.
Stop flirting with my audience, you anime-ass motherfucker.
Hey, you're in charge. I wouldn't look like this if you didn't want me to.
I actually let the artists have a lot of creative license.
Yeah, unfortunately for some. Nice evasion.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay, this bullshit doesn't matter. What does matter is that you...
He directs his anime gaze back to you.
This isn't just about Dirk anymore. You're zapping around and ruining everything. I seriously can't even begin to unravel the utter saccharine shit pile you've created. You have absolutely decimated everyone's character arcs and motivation. Seriously, Eridan got a gender arc? Come on, man.
Hold on. There's actually plenty of seating for that storyline in the comic proper. Eridan's relationship to femininity is really...
Do you realize what you've done here? You've completely stolen their destinies from them.
Guess you did. But now they got a chance to be actual teenagers and grow up in a world that isn't trying to murder them constantly. Well, Alternia is still doing that, but hey, at least they won't be in a hostile video game environment.
You've ruined them.
But they're happy.
Happy people don't get stories told about them.
That isn't true. That can't be true. You look to the director for help. Surely she knows what to say. After all, this happened on her watch. She isn't looking at you. She's looking at the ground.
She knew what she was doing the whole time. She knew how it would have to shake out. When were you planning to tell them?
I was getting there.
She knows that. The prince knows what he's talking about. Nobody has thought more about causation and narrative flow than he has.
Fuck. You shake your head. For a second there, it felt like things got a little screwy.
Hey,
She claps her hands in Ultimate Dirk's face.
cut that shit out. Leave them alone.
Then stop wasting my time.
She sighs.
Fine.
She appears to gather herself, folding her hands in front of her like she's about to recite a poem.
This has been a really interesting experiment, and I'm glad we got to do it. I've definitely learned a lot. But look, I need you to go back and give that beta to John. Because without that, they'll never play the game, the story never gets told, you never read the story, you never were here.
Wait, isn't this just another timeline? A Doom timeline or whatever the fuck? The director shakes her head.
No, it's a retcon. What you'd be doing here would be turning the Alpha timeline into a Doom timeline. And since the story has technically ended and started again, and then ended and started again so many times, switching tracks at this point would corrupt it beyond recognition.
You would cause a paradox so catastrophic that it would literally tear the multiverse apart.
You mean like the scratch?
Worse than the scratch, this will be the blackout. Utter ruin.
But wait, you already threw the beta in the goddamn sewer. Shouldn't this have already happened? This utter ruin?
No, because you still have the power to go back and change it. If you decide not to act, then we have to worry.
You look back and forth between the ultimate Dirk and the director, trying to find a way out, some indication that they're both fucking with you. They don't seem to like each other much, but they do seem to be joined in their insistence that this utter ruin bullshit is going to happen unless you betray all your friends, unravel everything you did.
Everything you did.
Everything you did here. What was the point of doing any of this if you were just going to have to lose it all in the end? The director shrugs.
What's the point of doing anything? What's the point of living if we know it's going to end in death? Why do we open a book if we know we'll have to close it?
Yeah, that's what you're asking. You don't want more questions, goddammit.
I'm sorry. I don't have any answers for you. Just an option screen. Pick. It closed the game, didn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that's a good place to leave off for tonight, I think.
Well, that's the problem. I mean, do you want to call it here? Because
It's literally 1 a.m.
I know
for me.
it is too.
Like we're
Kinda
going to
big.
end up having to pick up again and finishing this.
Yeah, so just
All right.
scroll through as
Yeah, I'm just gonna drift back to where we were for the time being. Oh wait, you know what?
yeah, you have.
No. Load.
Load.
Yes.
Trust yourself. You want to do okay.
Well, there was still that other choice that we have to do over here. I mean, because like,
Betray your friend.
sure.
Fine. You know what? Fuck both of you. You'll do it, but also, fuck you.
That's fair.
Thanks for being reasonable.
Get out of my video game.
I don't think I will. I'm gonna stick around and watch everything you tried to do here get flushed down the toilet of bad spin-offs.
The director takes a step toward him. They aren't fighting exactly, but they're doing something. You have the distinct impression of two people fighting over a pen or elbowing each other out of the way in order to type at a keyboard. You are feeling a little dizzy again.
Andrew Hussey would never do this to me.
True. The director takes a long, tired breath.
Sorry about that. Oh, where were we?
Turn away from her. You don't want to even talk to her anymore. You just want to get this over with.
I get that. I'll let you be alone. I'm sorry, kid.
The director fades away until it's like she was never there at all, but the horror, pit of ice has opened up in your belly, that's still there. And it will never go away. Once you consign all your friends to a hero's journey full of pain and heartache, what will happen to you? Will you just vanish? Will whatever iteration of you that was created for the story just cease to be? When the book is closed, what will you be? Zap. The mailbox is here and it's all full, with the little flappy dealies up and everything. With difficulty, you pull the beta out, scattering the rest of the mail across the yard. Fuck you, bills and coupons. Get a job. Up in the house, you see a friendly face looking down at you. You take a deep breath.
Yes, I. It
Yeah.
closed again. Yeah, it
Okay.
closed. Yeah.
Yep. All right. They're really doing that. Let me put that in here.
You overwrote. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
No, wrong. It's
Good
okay.
job.
We're just literally right here.
Good job.
Yeah,
Morons.
shut up.
Stinky. Smelly.
Your friends.
The streets are empty. Wind skims the voids, keeping the neighbors apart, as if grazing the hollow of a cut reed, or to say, a plundered mailbox. A familiar note is produced. It's the one desolation plays to keep its instrument in tune. I have a feeling it's going to be a long day.
Okay, there.
All we have to do.
Now, zoom through the fucking alternates that we didn't choose.
There's only one though.
No, there was this one.
Oh.
Because didn't we?
Yeah. Okay, pick the first one because I think it doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I feel like the one at the end is what really
Yeah,
matters.
it's okay. Yeah, load. Yes. So
Trust yourself.
trust yourself.
Dirk turns to you, apology on his face. No. You can tell where this is going and you hate it.
So it's not you, it's me. Is levity helpful? Probably not, but I'm doing my best. It's not that this hasn't been a good time. I didn't expect to achieve this level of metatextual mind freak during their hangout, but I've really enjoyed it. This is a day I would not have thought was possible.
He holds his fist out to Dave, who, after a pause, bumps it with his own. You must know, too. He turns away. Everything Dirk is saying feels forced to you, like he's trying to convince himself as much as he is you. Still, you know you've lost.
And I have you to thank for it. I'd go so far as to consider you my friend, even. Whoops. And if you frame your relative success or failure and haven't formed a friendship, you can call this a good end. But
He trails off, turning to walk towards Ultimate Dirk.
as much fun as this was, this is me we're talking about here. There's no contest. I have to know. It was always going to be you and me, Dirk.
The two of them stand side by side, twin smirks on their faces. Dirk's is almost believable.
Goodbye.
Curl up into yourself, a hunched ball in a tall tower on a single apartment in the middle of the sea. The brain disconnects from the sound of their conversation, of Ultimate Dirk's likely victory monologue and the static of their exit. Cry into your shitty little stick hands because because you thought you fucking had this one, and somehow it feels weightier than the loss of just one friend. You feel like something bigger and more beautiful than you thought was possible is at your fingertips, and now it's gone. Come back to reality at the warmth of Dave's hand on your shoulder as he crouches next to you. His voice is thick with tears, so you didn't even help him through crying.
Hey, bro. I'm sorry. IDK, I don't know how much longer I can chill here. Like, emotionally. Can you take me home?
Abandoned at sea.
Okay, that's everything.
I swear there's supposed to be another thing, though.
No,
Like
I
don't
think that's the end.
I feel like that's the end. Anyways, I gotta quickly wrap this up. I've been quiet during part.
It's literally late. I
Yeah, I
can't
know.
do this
Oh, yeah.
anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Okay, well.
I think this is the finale.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It absolutely is. I was wrong about something. I was wrong.
Okay, good. Wait.
Oh, no, wait, what? No, there's a true ending.
Huh?
Well,
There's a
we can do it next time on stream or something.
I will probably not be streaming this again for a while.
There's a true ending we haven't found. We haven't grabbed. What the fuck is that? Hold on.
I have no idea, dude. It's 1 a.m. Ugh.
Look at what it could be.
I'm already losing sleep.
Oh, I know. Hold up. Let me grab it. Just a second.
Hmm?
I figured it out.
Okay.
It'll be fast.
Okay. Betray friend.
Wait, hold the fucking phone. Who's in charge of this story? Not Ultimate Dirk, not that director, and certainly not that guy who got shoved into a room with a wolf head. It's you. It's always been you. Why are you just doing what they told you to? There's gonna be a third option. There's always a third option. When the scratch happened, everything should have been erased. Everything was erased, except it wasn't, because someone intervened. Jade drew all of her friends close to her and kept them safe. She saved them all. The first time you tried to bring Jade with you when you teleported, Beck didn't let you. But then, later he did. Jade told you he'd been acting like a normal dog. Jade told you that Godcat had just been acting like a good little kitty. Jane told you that. Almost like their powers were gone. You pace in a quick circle, then you hear Dad's car pulling up from behind, and you zap out there before you can get caught again. Zap. Sol got the beta clutch in your hand, but you're alone on Dave's roof underneath the blazing Houston sun. Nobody's going to bother you up here. There's something that's teasing at the edge of your understanding, and if only you could reach it. You need help. You need someone who knows about weird shit. It's like a lock clicking in your brain. You understand what you have to do. Zap.
Oh, it's you. How's it going? You look a little tired.
If only you knew. You ask Aradia if she's been watching you recently, if she knows what's been going down in your part of the neighborhood. She shakes her head.
I lost track of you when you hop universes. I'm about to try to get myself out of canon for good, and it's gonna be kind of a pain in the ass. I've been trying to conserve my energy.
Oh, right. Yeah, you know about that. She raises an eyebrow. Don't worry about that, actually. You know some lore. You know some lore, is all. Might have seen what's going to happen to Radia next. Actually, she doesn't have too much to worry about. She and Solix are fine. Actually, they're probably more than fine than anyone else.
That's good to know it, I guess. So did you figure out what was going on with your friend's situation?
Yeah, tell Radia what's been going on with your friend's situation.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you're going to do it? You're going to erase this timeline? Because if you are, then no offense, I might head out of canon a little early.
That's the thing. You might have a plan.
Oh?
Tell her the plan.
Hmm.
Does she think it'll work? A slow, brilliant smile paints a sunrise across her face.
I have no idea. I'd love to watch.
Zip. The green sun. Oh, hold up. The green sun spreads out below you like a giant radioactive gumball that absolutely wants to tear you into a million greasy pieces. You feel it tugging.
What?
I'll pick it up, I guess. You feel it tugging at all of your organs, twisting up all the words inside you, making a mess of the themes, dragging motifs screaming to the surface. This is the single largest source of raw narrative mass in the multiverse, and it should be killing you.
You actually need me to do anything?
You sort of just wanted her to vibe here with you in case you die. You don't want to die alone.
That's fair. Hey, if you die, I'll pick your bones for you.
Thanks, Aradia. She smiles. See you on the other side, you say. You're not sure who you're talking to. You're guessing this is going to be pretty bad. Zap.
Sorry, I got a phone call.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I got a phone call.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You want me to pick up or you want to keep going?
Up to you.
It's not bad. It's not pain exactly, because when you're inside the green sun, you don't think you have nerve endings anymore. You're just a consciousness floating in the miasma of causation. You aren't even sure how this is supposed to work.
Should you maybe start thinking about your friends like you're in the animes, drawing strength from the power of your social links? Think about John and Rose and your good friend Dave. Fuck. Ouch. Thinking too much hurts. You're not going to be able to count this. You're not going to be able to count on anime cliches for this one, you guess. So you don't think about your friends. For once, you think about yourself. The impossibility is that is you, the protagonist, reader, carrier of the story. Maybe not every story, but this one. You've been erased so many times. You look across the rise and fall of this story and see just how many mistakes you've made. All the times you've broken your friends' trust, betrayed them, or hell, even killed them. You reach over the cross. You reach to all of those yous, your what ifs, your do overs. Let the blazing energy overtake you. You open yourself up. And everything goes green.
And you better be on your best behavior, orphaner. If this partnership is going to work out...
Forget this guy, Vriska. We can do this ourselves.
Could you at least give a guy a chance to respond to a couple of... What's that?
Pounce! Come here, kitty kitty. I'm home.
Nepeta, this cave is far too small for someone with a height as strong as mine.
Pounce? Equius? What's that?
Anyway, that's why I don't eat corn dogs anymore. What the fuck? Is this a normal future thing? Earthquakes and shit? I guess that's a normal whenever thing, but we don't get many of them in Houston. I don't think that's an earthquake. Autoresponder? No seismic activity detected in the area. So you're telling me I wrote this in another history?
Yes, as far as I'm aware.
Incredible. It's very boring.
I think it's brilliant. I mean...
The green sun pulses around your slowly collapsing being, and as you feel it subsume you, you feel yourself unspooling, swallowed in the light. You think of how you came to be here, and where you are right now, and the choices you made along that path. What are the odds that the you that prevailed is this one? It's probably something that could be mathed out, but you're too busy eating the fucking sun with your whole body to figure it out. Instead, you sink into the feeling of connections that hold you together. The bonds you created are threaded through your arms and your belly and your heart. Your body is nothing, consumed by flame, and yet you feel yourself start to become. Zap. The mail goes into the box.
Okay, get ready. This is the best part of the movie. All the classic memes comes from this part.
I can't be him. It's too loud.
John, every part of this movie is hot trash.
Aw, it's not that bad. I want to see the guy put the bunny back in the box.
This movie is so bad that the drones are approaching your neighborhood. It's too late for the human race.
Darkness sees at this timeline, and in the distance you hear what might be the cracks splinters through space and time. Reality is compressing and falling apart around you in a cacophony of breaking glass. All your friends, all their dreams rendered away to nothing, all of it unraveling. No. No. It doesn't disappear. I don't let it. I'm bigger than this story, but I'm also inside the story, so I gather it up and keep it close to me. And as soon as I remove it from causation, it's like it never happened. I take the timeline and I lock it away. That's what it is. It is a locked timeline, and I am its guardian.
It's First Guardian. Aw.
So I guess sometime I do need to read those epilogues.
Oh God, no,
Yeah.
no,
The thing
no.
is, we should.
We
You
should.
should.
It's gonna, but we need to with the mindset of at least absorbing the ideas,
Mhm.
but not the execution.
Yeah, but like that
Uh,
that will still be a few months from now. Okay, I have
Oh
something.
yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm down, but it's gonna be an undertaking. I've never read them before.
I know.
I've heard of all of the worst stories from it. I think I might be okay.
I've absorbed Homestuck too, so I know a little.
Oh boy.
Okay, so Ultimate Dark is from Homestuck 2 is what I'm understanding.
Ultimate Dirk is he starts to happen in the epilogues.
Okay.
And it becomes a huge plot line, but he's quote finished end quote in Homestuck too.
Mm.
You know, he's finally ultimate Dirked.
Okay.
I'm gonna go. It was
Okay.
fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm
See ya.
quickly wrapping this up tomorrow because I needed to get this done now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because otherwise it'd be like another 3-hour stream. But then again, maybe I should have saved this for tomorrow anyways. Like a Dragon Infinite. I'm going to send y'all to Nero. He's a funny little thing for his like 2-year anniversary part 2 and also 1,000 followers. So I'm sending y'all to him. Thank you guys for coming out tonight. Stay safe. I'll see you guys tomorrow night for Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. Have a good night.